Good morning. Good to see you all. Y'all looking good. Well, for the most part. The hour for convening having arrived, all members will please take their seats. Please take your seats. Mr. Clerk, if you'll ring the bell. We're going to have the morning roll call. All members present will please vote green to signify their presence in the chamber, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. Doorkeepers will please close the doors and keep them closed. As is our custom, we will begin our day with scripture reading and prayer by the chaplain, after which we will pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. Our chaplain this morning will be introduced by the gentleman from the 145th House District down in Musella, Georgia, Chairman Robert Dickey. Chairman Dickey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure this morning to introduce our chaplain. It's Dr. Owen Bozeman. And he brought his lovely wife Debbie here this morning, who is here, and great to have her. He is presently my pastor at Musella Baptist Church, and Dr. Owen Bozeman was called to pastor early in his life, and a native of Pensacola. He and his wife been married 43 years, 2 children and 4 grandchildren. But he's got degrees from Sanford University and Southern Baptist Theological Seminary in Louisville, Kentucky. And he was the lead pastor for 21 years at Central Baptist Church in Warner Robins. And Warner Robins is a growing place. And his church, Central, grew. And Chairman Shaw Blackman is still a member there, grew up there. And so Owen pastored Chairman Blackman, I'm sure, very well over there. But a few years ago, Dr. Bozeman retired and has been preaching, teaching, mentoring, and leading various churches throughout Middle Georgia. And he's a great asset. God sent him to Musella. You know, Musella is not a big place, except maybe on the weekends during peak season. And our church, Musella Baptist Church, is not a big church, but we do big things throughout Crawford County, spreading the gospel. And so lucky to have Dr. Bozeman there. I don't know how long. I hope it won't be. I hope it'll be a long time. But I'm so glad he could come today. Dr. Bozeman, come.
Good to have you.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning. Thank you, Chairman Dickey, our representative for District 145, for introducing me. Kind words. Robert and his wife Cindy are very, very active and faithful and humble, hard workers and laborers at Musella Baptist, and we are so thankful for their friendship. Thank you, Speaker John Burns and your office for the gracious invitation to be here today. Special greetings to Shaw Blackman, who serves District 146, the area of my home, and of course, he is in my home church. And I say to you, Shaw, and to all of those who serve our Middle Georgia area as representatives, thank you for your support of the ongoing mission of Robins Air Force Base, a great economic engine for our entire state, and especially Middle Georgia, and a vital point for the security and peace of our nation and world. I live so close to the base that every morning I hear reveille, every afternoon the national anthem, and every evening at 10 o'clock taps. And those are the sounds of freedom and also the sacrifice that makes that freedom possible. I want to give a special greeting to one of our keepers of the door today. Tom Brown is here and at the back door, and he is the older brother of my brother-in-law, Paul. And I wanted to mention that, and he and his wife, Betty, are here today. And to all of you in the house, thank you for your labors of love and sacrifice and all that you do to keep Georgia growing, the United States and the world we collectively impact. It's a very special honor to be with you today. I wanted to read from Exodus 15, verses 22 through 25. Then Moses led Israel from the Red Sea, and they went out into the desert of Shur. For 3 days they traveled into the desert without finding water. When they came to Marah, they could not drink its water because it was bitter. That is why the place is called Marah. So the people grumbled against Moses, saying, "What are we to drink?" Then Moses cried out to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a piece of wood. And he threw that wood into the water, and the water became sweet. You know, the setting of that text is not unlike the world in which we live and the sphere of influence in which you are called to operate in this house. The children of Israel had just come off a mighty victory in Egypt, but only 3 days out into their journey, their attitude was, "What have you done for me lately?" Whether in the church or in the state, we do serve people, but on any given day, we may hear the people grumble. And if it involves something essential, the grumbling can escalate into a bitter chorus of complaining and blaming. I think we're living in some of the most bitter times in our nation and in our world. What can we do to make those better? Well, enter Moses. You know, Moses was a great leader, but even great leaders can get frustrated. My oldest granddaughter, Olivia, loves to tell me jokes and stump me with riddles. And last week, she asked me this question: who is the greatest sinner in the Bible? And that's in my wheelhouse. I thought I should know that. And my thoughts quickly went from the Old Testament Jezebel to the New Testament Judas. But her answer was Moses. And I asked her why, and she said, "Because Papa, he broke all the commandments." And indeed, when he came down off that mount with the law of God codified in stone, and he saw what the people were doing in his absence, he became angry and frustrated and threw those on the ground, figuratively breaking every law. You know, I think that's a parable for our times. We're hearing and seeing lived out a lot of bitterness, not just because of essential needs not being met, but essential laws that are not being kept. When we hear and read again about gun violence and mass shootings, it seems we've forgotten a simple law: you shall not kill, or more accurately, you shall not murder. In watching the disintegration of the family, we've forgotten honor your father and your mother. Truth has become even more of a rare commodity because we've forgotten and not understood the words, "You shall not lie, and you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor." And whether it involves a petty theft or the violation of the boundaries of a sovereign nation, we have forgotten laws like "you shall not steal" and "you shall not covet what belongs to your neighbor." We must revisit these shattered laws and reteach them to our children, that the next generation may understand the difference between right and wrong. But where do we start? You know, when I look at Moses in our text today, the first thing he did was cry out to God. He prayed. And prayer is always essential. Thank you for having this time of prayer and devotion every day when you meet. In Jeremiah 33:3, God says, "Call upon me, and I will show you great and mighty things you know not of." Within our story, Moses calls upon the Lord. He prays, and the Lord shows him something great, just a piece of wood. And he took that piece of wood and he threw it in the waters, and the waters became sweet, and the people could drink. I think a point is, in facing the bitterness of our times, if we pray, God will show us something close at hand, something within our reach to take in hand and help turn bitter waters sweet again in our society. Maybe it's kind words spoken or written, acts of kindness, or a hand that's reached across this aisle, or maybe across an ocean in cooperation. It may become your life's work. I want to mention someone today who's on all of our minds, and it's former U.S. President and former governor of our state, Jimmy Carter. You know, he's kind of like a Moses figure in our state and really in our nation. Jimmy Carter became president at one of the most bitter times in our nation's history, and it did involve Watergate. And for a short season, President Carter entered into the bitter waters of our nation at that time and helped us turn the page from that bitterness and make things sweet again. During his presidency, like Moses, he was an intermediary between Egypt and Israel, helping to broker a peace at Camp David. Of course, we know the last couple of years of his term of service was filled with domestic and international crisis, and it engulfed the latter part of his presidency, and he suffered a very bitter defeat for re-election. And then going home to Plains, he found the family business in tatters. It was a bitter time. But being a man of faith, Jimmy Carter cried out to God, and God showed him a piece of wood. Jimmy Carter is a wonderful carpenter, and God transformed his avocation as a carpenter into an ambassador for Habitat for Humanity, building homes for the homeless. And this is only the beginning of the most prolific postlude in United States presidency, which included a Nobel Peace Prize. Jimmy Carter is a wonderful example of someone who could enter the most bitter of waters and make them better. And we're praying for President and Mrs. Carter, amen? In what appeared to be his last days under hospice care, may they be sweet indeed. But in closing, let us be reminded of another carpenter whose initials are JC. Jesus Christ entered into the bitter waters of this sinful world 2,000 years ago. He came to embody and live out the very laws of God that God gave us. And after 3 years of earthly ministry, he cried out in the Garden of Gethsemane, and God showed him a piece of wood, a tree, an old rugged cross. And facing that bitter cup, Jesus said, "Not my will, but thine be done." And in this season of Lent, let us be reminded of his sacrifice, his blood shed for us, his life given for us, that the bitterness of sin might be removed and we might be forgiven. And just as the Israelites were 3 days in the desert, Jesus was 3 days in the tomb. But he rose victoriously over death, that we may experience the living water of abundant life on earth and eternal life in heaven in the sweet by and by. Jesus is the ultimate example of turning something bitter into something better and sweeter. And that is why, in the words of the hymn writer, Jesus is the sweetest name I know. And he's just the same as his lovely name. And that's the reason why I love him so. For Jesus is the sweetest name I know. Would you join me in prayer? Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this representative body for our state. 180 seats filled with strong men and women. Bless them as they often serve against a backdrop of bitter complaining and blaming. Yet help them to know that it is within their reach to say something and do something positive to transform bitter waters and make them better, if not sweet. And help them to know that their collective potential to empower our state and even our nation to do a 180 and turn the people away from bitterness and division toward goals that make us all better. And we do thank you today for President Jimmy Carter and his precious wife, Rosalind, and their family as they count down precious final days together. May you comfort them and help them to know of our love. Lord, bless our great state of Georgia, and God, please bless these United States of America. In the sweet name of Jesus, I do pray it. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job. Great job. Wow.
Thank you, Pastor Bozeman. That was quite a message. Doorkeepers will unlock the doors. Members may greet Pastor Bozeman in the South Anteroom for a photo if you like.
Watch it with that piece of wood.
We have a lot to do today, so we have to get started. Chairman Tarvin, the chair of the Committee on Information Audits, is recognized. Chairman Tarvin.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Information and Audits has read the journal from the previous legislative day and found it to be correct. And something else we need to think about, the age-old problem, if the glass half full or half empty. All of this time I had missed the point that the glass is refillable.
That's a good one. I think you're absolutely correct. And we're going to try to fill that glass today too. Chairman Tarvin, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, reports that the journal of the previous legislative day has been read and found to be correct. Is there any objection to dispense with the reading of the journal? The chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there any objection to the confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the resolution establishing the order of business for the day?
Representative Stration, in the 104th moves following be established as the order of business under first part of the period unanimous consents. Introduction of bills and resolutions, first reading and reference of House bills and resolutions, second reading of bills and resolutions, reports of standing committees, third reading and passage of uncontested local bills and resolutions, first reading and reference of Senate bills and resolutions, morning orders.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolution establishing the order of business for the day? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. First reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 638 by Representative Holcomb of the 81st. The bill be titled Act to Amend Chapter 1 of Title 35 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding law enforcement officers and agencies.
Public Safety and Homeland Security.
House Bill 639 by Representative Saints of the 180th, Kelly of the 16th, Chocus of the 151st, and LaHood of the 175th. The bill be titled An Act to Amend Article 1 of Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to ad valorem taxation of property.
Ways and
House Bill
Means.
640 by Representative Holcomb of the 81st and Hitchens of the 161st. Bill be titled An Act to Amend Part 2 of Article 2, Chapter 3, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the university system.
Higher Education.
House Bill 641 by Representative Bentley, the 150th, Bennett of the 94th, Gilliard, the 162nd, Sharper, the 177th, Willis, the 55th, and others. Bill be titled Act to Amend Code Section 23-411 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to definitions regarding tuition equalization grants.
Higher Education.
House Bill 642 by Representative Ridley, the 22nd, Byrd of the 20th, Thomas, the 21st, Jaspers, the 11th, Carson, the 46th, and others. Bill be titled Act to Establish the Board of Elections and Registration for Cherokee County.
Intergovernmental Coordination.
House Bill 643 by Representative Bruce, the 61st, Miller, the 62nd, Glaze, the 67th, Jones, the 60th, Thomas, the 65th, and others. Bill be titled Act to Amend Chapter 23 of Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to Georgia Judicial Retirement System.
Retirement.
House Bill 644 by Representative Ridley of the 22nd, Byrd of the 20th, Thomas the 21st, Jaspers the 11th, Carson the 46th, and others. The bill being titled An Act to Amend an Act creating the Board of Elections and Registration for Cherokee County.
Intergovernmental Coordination.
House Bill 645 by Representative Yurt of the 152nd. A bill being titled An Act to Amend an Act to provide a new charter for the city of Sylvester.
Intergovernmental Coordination.
House Bill 646 by Representative Schofield of the 63rd, Scott of the 76th, Davis of the 87th. Bill being titled An Act to Amend Part 15, Article 6, Chapter 2, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to miscellaneous provisions under the Quality Basic Education Act.
Education.
House Bill 647 by Representative Scott of the 76th, Schofield of the 63rd, Davis of the 87th. Bill be titled An Act to Amend Article 2, Chapter 1, Title 42 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to Sexual Offender Registration Review Board.
Public Safety and Homeland Security.
House Bill 648 by Representative Scott of the 76th, Davis of the 87th, Schofield of the 63rd. Bill be titled An Act to Amend Article 1 of Chapter 4, Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions relative to public assistance.
Public and Community Health.
House Bill 649 by Representative Dempsey, the 13th, Lumpson of the 12th, Barton of the 5th. Bill be titled An Act to Amend an Act providing for the compensation of the members of the County Board of Education of Floyd County.
Intergovernmental Coordination.
House Bill 650 by Representative Williams, the 168th, Stevens, the 164th, Bonner, the 73rd, Glaze, the 67th, Jackson, the 128th. Bill be titled An Act to Amend Chapter 10 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to barbers and cosmetologists.
Regulated Industries.
House Bill 651 by Representative Seaball, the 34th, Hitchens, the 161st, Williams, the 37th, Stevens, the 164th, Scoggins, the 14th, and others. Bill be titled An Act to Amend Code Section 3660-24 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to sale or use or ignition of consumer firework products.
Public Safety and Homeland Security.
House Bill 652 by Representative Maynard, the 56th, Smith of the 138th, Daniel, the 117th, Moore, the 91st, Ballard, the 147th. Bill be titled An Act to Amend Chapter 2, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to elementary and secondary education.
Education.
House Bill 653 by Representative Bonner, the 73rd, Jaspers, the 11th, Jones, the 25th, Newton, the 127th, Taylor, the 173rd, and others. Bill be titled An Act to Amend Chapter 1 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions relative to professions and businesses.
Public and Community Health.
House Bill 654 by Representative Dempsey, the 13th, Williams, the 148th, Corbett, the 174th, Smith, the 138th, Buckner, the 137th. Bill be titled An Act to Amend Code Section 12.839 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to waste management cost reimbursement fees.
Natural Resources and Environment.
House Bill 655 by Representative Stevens, the 164th. The bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to fees and taxes.
Insurance.
House Bill 656 by Representative Reeves, the 99th, Taylor, the 173rd, Campbell, the 171st, Green, and the 154th, Kelly, the 16th, and others. The bill be titled Act to amend Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to crimes and offenses.
Judiciary Non-Civil.
House Bill 657 by Representative Neal, the 79th, Stoner, the 40th, Gilliard, the 162nd. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 35 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to law enforcement officers and agencies generally.
Public Safety and Homeland Security.
House Bill 658 by Representative Schofield of the 63rd, Scott of the 76th, Davis of the 87th. Bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 35-119 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to disclosure, arrest, booking, photographs prohibited.
Judiciary Non-Civil.
House Bill 659 by Representative Parrish of the 158th. The bill be titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 24, Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding insurance.
Special Committee on Health Care.
House Bill 660 by Representative Parrish of the 158th. The bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 31-2-8 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to actions against certain applicants or licensees.
Special Committee on Health Care.
House Bill 661 by Representative Parrish of the 158th. The bill be titled an act to amend Code Section 49-4-159 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to Medicaid coverage for lactation and postpartum care.
Special Committee on Health Care.
House Resolution 385 by Representative Hagan of the 156th, a resolution recognizing Mr. R.T. Stanley Jr. and dedicating a road in his honor.
Transportation.
House Resolution 386 by Representative Crowe of the 118th, and a resolution honoring the life of Congressman Mac Collins and dedicating an interchange in his memory.
Transportation.
Senate Bill 32 by Senator Anna Duarte of the 31st, Robertson of the 29th, Gooch of the 51st, Kennedy the 18th, Brass of the 28th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 11 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to public school property and facilities.
Education.
Senate Bill 46 by Senator Hofstadler of the 52nd, Butler of the 55th, Watson of the 1st, Hickman of the 4th, Williams of the 25th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 17 to Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to control of sexually transmitted disease.
Public and Community Health.
Senate Bill 86 by Senator Brass of the 28th, Sims of the 12th, Gooch of the 51st, Anna Duarte of the 31st, Kennedy the 18th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to education.
Higher Education.
Senate Bill 107 by Senator Burns of the 23rd, Jones of the 22nd, Still of the 48th, Kennedy of the 18th, Gooch of the 51st, and others. Bill be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to health.
Public and Community Health.
Senate Bill 131 by Senator Tillery of the 19th, Hatchett of the 50th, Dugan of the 30th, Harbin of the 16th, Cowser of the 46th, and others. Bill be entitled an act to amend Part 13 of Article 3, Chapter 11 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to permanent guardianship.
Juvenile Justice.
Senate Bill 133 by Senator Strickland of the 17th, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd.
Clerk will suspend.
131. 133. Okay.
Thank you, members. Continue.
Senate Bill 133 by Senator Strickland of the 17th, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Burns of the 23rd, Dugan of the 30th, Gooch of the 51st, and others. A bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 11 and Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Juvenile Code.
Juvenile Justice.
Senate Bill 134 by Senator Cowser of the 46th, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Kennedy of the 18th, Gooch of the 51st, Strickland of the 17th, and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 24 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to evidence.
Juvenile Justice.
Senate Bill 135 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Hatchett of the 50th, Kennedy of the 18th, Strickland of the 17th, Gooch of the 51st, and others. Be entitled an act to amend Article 3, Chapter 7 and Title 19 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to determination of paternity.
Juvenile Justice.
Senate Bill 216 by Senator Brass, the 28th, Redd of the 33rd, Walker, the 20th, Robertson of the 29th, Estevez of the 6th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 5 of Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia and Territory relating to children and youth services.
Juvenile justice.
Senate Resolution 175 by Senator Brass, the 28th, Anderson, the 24th, Burns, the 23rd, Dugan of the 30th, Kennedy, the 18th, and others.
Education.
That completes first readers.
I'm just kind of hanging out. I don't know about y'all. That ante room over there is not full. I hate to point. I know it's impolite, but that's not full. So if you have a conversation that you need to complete on something we're taking up today, I suggest that you find that door or that door or that door and go have that conversation. We're going to move on now to second readers. Clerk will read.
House Bill 618 by Representative Gladney of the 130th, Cannon of the 172nd, Williams of the 168th, McLean of the 109th, Corbett of the 174th, and others. A bill relating to prestige license plates and special plates for certain persons and vehicles. House Bill 619 by Representative Houston of the 170th. A bill to amend an act providing for the election of members of the Board of Education of Cook County. House Bill 620 by Representative Scoggins of the 14th and Gamble of the 15th, a bill to amend an act providing for the compensation of the Chief Magistrate Court of Bartow County. House Bill 621 by Representative Scoggins of the 14th and Gamble of the 15th, a bill to amend an act creating the Office of Tax Commissioner of Bartow County. House Bill 622 by Representative Gamble of the 15th and Scoggins of the 14th, a bill to amend an act to provide a homestead exemption from certain Bartow County ad valorem taxes. House Bill 623 by Representative Gamble of the 15th and Scoggins of the 14th, a bill to amend an act placing certain to county officers of Bartow County upon the annual salary. House Bill 624 by Representative Gamble of the 15th and Scoggins of the 14th, a bill to amend an act creating the Office of Commissioner of Bartow County. House Bill 625 by Representative Mathis of the 149th, Wade of the 9th, Gullett of the 19th, Bentley of the 150th, Taylor of the 173rd, and others. A bill relating to coroners. House Bill 626 by Representative Williamson of the 112th, Fleming of the 114th, Martinez of the 111th, and Crow of the 118th. A bill relating to imposition rate, computation, exemptions, and credits relative to income tax. House Bill 627 by Representative Taylor of the 92nd, Fry of the 122nd, Schofield of the 63rd, Davis of the 87th, Oliver of the 82nd, and others. A bill relating to landlord and tenant in general. House Bill 628 by Representative Reeves of the 99th, Evans of the 57th, Hong of the 103rd, Lem of the 98th, Carson of the 46th. A bill relating to exemptions for purposes of bankruptcy and interstate insolvent estates. House Bill 629 by Representative Beverly of the 143rd, Park of the 107th, Mitchell of the 88th, and Roberts of the 52nd, a bill relating to medical assistance. House Bill 630 by Representative Lem of the 98th, Bazemore of the 69th, Fry of the 122nd, Lupton of the 83rd, Clark of the 108th, and others, a bill relating to provisions applicable to the Department of Banking and Finance and financial institutions generally. House Bill 631 by Representative Parrish of the 158th, the bill to amend an act incorporating the city of Swainsboro. House Bill 632 by Representative Crawford of the 84th, Oliver of the 82nd, Drenner of the 85th, Evans of the 89th, a bill to amend an act providing a homestead exemption from certain City of Decatur ad valorem taxes. House Bill 633 by Representative Crawford of the 84th, Oliver of the 82nd, Drenner of the 85th, Evans of the 89th, a bill to amend an act providing certain homestead exemptions from City of Decatur ad valorem taxes. House Bill 634 by Representative Crawford of the 84th, Oliver of the 82nd, Drenner of the 85th, Evans of the 89th, a bill to provide a new homestead exemption from City of Decatur ad valorem taxes. House Bill 635 by Representative Crawford of the 84th, Oliver of the 82nd, Drenner of the 85th, Evans of the 89th, the bill to amend an act providing a homestead exemption from City of Decatur ad valorem taxes. House Bill 636 by Representative Crow of the 118th, a bill relating to elections and primaries. House Bill 637 by Representative Hitchens of the 161st, Stevens of the 164th, a bill relating to regulation of fireworks. House Resolution 348 by Representative Silcox of the 53rd, Evans of the 57th, Holland of the 54th, a resolution creating a House Study Committee on excessive vehicle noise and related crimes. House Resolution 349 by Representative Moore of the 91st, a resolution recognizing the Honorable Thomas E. Brown, dedicating a bridge in his honor. Senate Bill 19 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Summers of the 13th, Setzler of the 37th, Alberts of the 56th, Gann of the 47th, and others, a bill relating to the courts. Senate Bill 83 by Senator Jackson of the 41st, Strickland of the 17th, Jones II of the 22nd, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, a bill relating to stalking. Senate Bill 128 by Senator Alberts of the 56th, Robertson of the 29th, Duggan of the 30th, Payne of the 54th, and Duarte of the 31st, and others, a bill to amend the Public Retirement System Investment Authority Law. Senate Bill 149 by Senator Alberts of the 56th, Estevez of the 6th, Goodman of the 8th, Gooch of the 51st, Watson of the 11th, and others, a bill related to sales under the Commercial Code. Senate Bill 169 by Senator Payne of the 54th, Dixon of the 45th, Robertson of the 29th, and Duarte of the 31st, Hickman of the 4th, and others, a bill relating to procedure to be followed by disciplinary officer, panel, or tribunal in public schools and review. Senate Bill 170 by Senator Alberts of the 56th, Dixon of the 45th, Robertson of the 29th, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, Still of the 48th, and others, a bill relating to elementary and secondary education. 3 second readers.
Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Representative Meeks of the 178th District, Chairman of the Committee on Budget and Fiscal Affairs Oversight, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Budget and Fiscal Affairs Oversight has had under its consideration the following bills of the House. It's instructed me to report same back to the House the following recommendations. House Bill 581 do pass. House Bill 611 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Meeks of the 178th District, Chairman. Representative Chris Irwin of the 32nd District, Chairman of the Committee on Education, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Education has had under its consideration the following bill of the House. Instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendation. House Bill 340 do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Chris Irwin of the 32nd District, Chairman. Representative John LaHood of the 175th District, Chairman of the Committee on Governmental Affairs, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Governmental Affairs had under its consideration following bill of the House. It's instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendation. House Bill 514 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative John LaHood of the 175th District, Chairman. Representative Chuck Martin of the 49th District, Chairman of the Committee on Higher Education, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Higher Education has had under its consideration following bills of the House and instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 228 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 392 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 605 do pass. House Bill 607 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Chuck Martin of the 49th District, Chairman. Representative Bill Werkhuis of the 157th District, Chairman of the Committee on Industry and Labor, submitted the following report. The Speaker of the Committee on Industry and Labor has had under its consideration the following bills of the House and instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 282 do pass. House Bill 501 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 556 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Bill Werkhuis of the 157th District, Chairman. Representative Beth Camp of the 135th District, Chairman of the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Local, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Locals had under its consideration the following bills of the House and instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 492 do pass. House Bill 539 do pass. House Bill 547 do pass. House Bill 569 do pass. House Bill 580 do pass. House Bill 586 do pass. House Bill 596 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Beth Camp of the 135th District, Chairman. Representative Tyler Paul Smith of the 18th District, Chairman of the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil has had under its consideration following bills of the House and instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 188 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 218 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 219 do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 334, do pass. House Bill 383, do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 181, do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 231, do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 126, do pass by committee substitute. House Bill 446, do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Tyler Paul Smith of the 18th District, Chairman. Representative John Corbett of the 174th District, Chairman of the Committee on Motor Vehicles, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Motor Vehicles has had under its consideration the following bill of the House and instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 348, do pass by committee substitute, respectfully submitted Representative John Corbett of the 174th District, Chairman. Representative Alan Powell of the 33rd District, Chairman of the Committee on Regulated Industries, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Regulated Industries has had under its consideration the following bill of the House. It's instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendation. House Bill 473, do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Alan Powell of the 33rd District, Chairman. That completes the reading of the reports of the standing committees.
Members, we do have a local calendar. We do have a local calendar. Third reading and passage on uncontested local bills. Okay, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 492 by Representative Powell of the 33rd, City of Hartwell. House Bill 539 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd, Wilkes County. House Bill 547 by Representative Hatchett of the 155th, City of East Dublin. House Bill 569 by Representative Stevens of the 164th, Bryan County. House Bill 580 by Representative Collins of the 71st, Carroll County. House Bill 586 by Representative Smith of the 18th, Haralson County. House Bill 596 by Representative Green of the 154th, Randolph County.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. For what purpose does Representative Carpenter rise?
No reason, sorry, sir. Wrong button.
He waves. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bills on the local calendar. The ayes are 170, the nays 0. These bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed. We do have morning orders. Now, I'm not going to put you on a time limit because we have a lot of things to do today, but there are a number of you, so I hope you'll all be mindful of our further opportunities to do the people's work, we'll start by recognizing Representative Nulowitz and the Cobb delegation. Representative Terry Nulowitz and the Cobb delegation recognized for a morning order.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to all of the members who are with me from the Cobb County Legislative Delegation. It is my honor and delight this morning to recognize in the gallery Miss Cobb Ludwig Lulu Luzer and Miss Teen Cobb Charlie Key. They are up there, and we're thrilled to have them with us today. The delegation is going to be presenting them with these honoring resolutions in the South Anteroom. I also wanted to recognize Representative Terry Cummings, who cannot be here with us today, and she was wonderful in inviting you to be here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative, and welcome to the People's House. We appreciate you ladies being here. Thank you. Representative Derek McCullum is recognized for a morning order. And friends, at least one friend, two friends, three,
Thank you,
four.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of you. Go ahead there, Representative. You're loading it up, man.
I come before you to present resolution for my second family is here today in the Capitol. Today is Emergency Medical Service Recognition Day at the Capitol. Georgia EMS has been celebrating 49 years of service in Georgia. There's 26,000 EMS personnel in Georgia. A lot of these people in the gallery are my friends and family, EMS family. I got a couple of battalion chiefs here and that I work for. And I encourage you to look up, when they're going to be in the Capitol today, look up possibly your chief or one of the guys that work in your district and take time with them. And these guys risk their lives and every day to protect and serve our community. They definitely are public servants and have a servant's heart. And I want to thank them for coming in today. And thank y'all. I appreciate it. If y'all just stand, everybody that's here for EMS Day. Possibly, if you would like to, you come into the ante room over here. Hopefully, you can get pictures with your representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I think we know when we all run away from danger, those folks head that way to protect and serve their fellow man. Thank you for your service, and thank you for being here. Representative Gamble. Well, maybe that's Campbell. G's and C's. Representative Campbell. Representative Lisa Campbell. My apologies, Representative Campbell. I know your name, and I know you. You have the will. You're recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. This morning I'd like to welcome to our great General Assembly here the North Cobb High School, City of Ackworth, young aldermen and women. Would you stand? And would you all stand and recognize them with me and welcome them here as they learn about the work that we're doing here to improve all Georgians. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Representative. That was nice to recognize. And welcome to the People's House. Representative Bazemore is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And colleagues, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Jermaine Johnson, who is in the well. He is a manager and a producer at Beverly Hills-based 3 Arts Entertainment. Jermaine Johnson has spent over 10 years building an impressive client roster in Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago, and recently featured in the Hollywood Reporter's 35 Under 35 Next Gen 2020. He is initially spearheading 3 Arts Entertainment's expansions into Atlanta, Georgia. And he represents a wide variety of writers, directors, journalists, and comedians from many different backgrounds. Please help me to welcome him to our house.
Welcome. Good to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Bazemore. We're going to recognize our Doctor of the Day, and for that purpose, we're going to call up Dr. Reiser. Did I get that right? Dr. Reiser and Chair Lady Silcox for the purpose of an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce Dr. Randy Reiser this morning. He is a regular Doctor of the Day here and appreciate his loyal service not only to his patients but to our chambers here at the Georgia Capitol. He is the founding partner of Physician Spine and Rehabilitation Specialist in Sandy Springs. He graduated Phi Beta Kappa from Bates and received his Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of Toledo. And he completed a residency in anesthesiology from Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center and received his subspecialty certification in pain management from the American Board of Anesthesiology in 1993, and he recertified in 2005. Dr. Reiser has been named one of Atlanta's top docs by Atlanta Magazine and one of the top doctors in the country by U.S. News and World Report. He is a member of the Chairman's Advisory Council of the Georgia State Board of Workers' Compensation and is the current president of the Medical Association of Atlanta. In response to the events of 9/11, Dr. Reiser volunteered to join the U.S. Army Reserve. He currently holds the rank of colonel in the Medical Corps. He has served on active duty in Kosovo in 2004, and Iraq in 2007 and 8, and 2011. Finally, Dr. Reiser received the Jack A. Raines Humanitarian Award from the Medical Association of Georgia in 2018 in recognition of his outstanding charitable mission work. Please welcome Dr. Randy Reiser.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker and Representative Silcox, thank you for that wonderful introduction. And it's really an honor to be here today to serve you. And I want to thank you for all you do to preserve what I think is the most important thing in guaranteeing the health of our population, and that is supporting and maintaining the doctor-patient relationship. Also, as a veteran, I want to thank you for everything that you do in this chamber to support our veterans and our families. I look forward to being of any service that I can to you today. Thank you very much.
Dr. Reiser, you serve your fellow man in so many different capacities, serving our country, serving us today and your patients. We're truly grateful for you taking time to be here, and thank you for your service, and may God continue to bless you. Chairman Prince is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Kappa Alpha Psi Day in the Georgia State House. The brothers were here earlier, then they've gone off. Again, Kappa was founded January the 5th, 1911, and our main goal is achievement in every field of human endeavor. So if you see guys walking around in red jackets, please greet them on behalf of this great house. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Okoye is recognized for a morning order. Here he comes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to recognize a group of people today that we all know about, but for the most part, we don't speak much about them. By name, I'm recognizing Mary Alexander, Gerald Arrington, Valene Bennett, Tom Brown, Terry Ellington, Ken Dooley, Sharon Embry, Doug Ellis, Shepard Green, Pat Hale, Donna Holt, Cassandra Howard, Hughes Melvin, T.J. Jones, Willie Jones, Al McClendon, Felice Manor, Frank Sears, Bruce Sims, Chip Stewart, and Ann Whitehead. Ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Speaker, I also, because I'm small in stature, I also have to recognize Curry Mulkey. These, ladies and gentlemen, are our doorkeepers. Can we please applaud them for the great job they do here? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. The House would not be the House without our doorkeepers. Thank you for your service. That completes our morning orders. We're ready to move on to the rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to HB 327?
House Bill 327 by Representative Cameron, the first, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 16622 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to incest so as to include step-grandparent and step-grandchild relationship. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Let's give the gentleman in the well our full attention. Representative Cameron is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Today I bring you HB 327. This case comes from Northwest Georgia, from our judicial area, where we had a case with a young lady who moved in with her grandmother and stepfather. Subsequently, he decided to initiate a relationship with this young lady. When it was discovered, there were attempts to prosecute him, and under the law, step-grandchild is not covered under Georgia incest law. This bill adds one word to include that. That's the bill. We just need to send a message that we're going to protect our young people against this, and we're going to send a message that if you do this, there is a penalty on this earth. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I will yield for questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 166, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 163? 163.
House Bill 163 by Representative McDonald, the 26th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 of Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Georgia Board of Health Care Workforce so as to provide for student loan repayment for medical examiners employed by the Division of Forensic Sciences of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Higher Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass. by committee substitute.
Representative Lauren McDaniel is recognized to present the bill. McDonald, did I say McDaniel? I know a McDaniel. You're a McDonald. I'm so apologize. Representative McDonald to present the bill. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring you House Bill 163, a student loan repayment plan for medical examiners. This bill is a much-needed incentive to recruit and retain medical examiners to the state of Georgia. Currently, the state is staffed with 9 full-time medical examiners, 2 part-time, serving a population of almost 11 million people. This is impacting every community in our state. Many of us have received calls asking for help of some kind in resolving this issue. These 9 Georgia pathologists are carrying an overloaded caseload because of this shortage. This is not just a Georgia problem, this is a national problem. The governor and the Georgia legislature are now working together on bringing resolve to this issue. This program is being administered by the Georgia Student Finance Authority and is included in the governor's amended FY23 and FY24 budget. Mr. Speaker, I yield for any questions.
You do have a question if the gentleman yields.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Byrd from the 20th, right out in front of you, has a question. Representative Byrd.
Thank you very much. Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
Is it not true all student loan forgiveness is paid by taxpayer money?
That is true, if the lady so states, but it's also, this loan repayment is an investment back in our medical examiners. It's kind of a bonus that stair-stepped over 5 years, that they have to stay here and complete those 5 years to be able to get the complete amount.
And is it not, further yield? And is it not true that everyone outside this gold dome who has student debt would like forgiveness as well?
If the lady feels that way.
Thank you.
Gentleman yield for a question from Chairman Bill Hitchens to your left.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that in Georgia now we have no forensic pathologists in Macon or Savannah, and we're direly short, and it inhibits the criminal justice system from moving forward when you can't get the evidence?
It not only inhibits that, but it also hurts these families that are waiting on their loved ones to get back because of the time that it takes from traveling from Savannah, from Valdosta, and the cost to those communities.
Will you further yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that there are over 1,000 medical examiner positions in this United States, and there are only 500 certified forensic pathologists?
That is true.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman yield for a couple more.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from the 172nd. He's been here a short time, but he's has some pretty good questions.
Does the gentleman
Representative
yield?
Chase Cannon's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
Is it not true that county coroners in the southern part of the state have to drive or spend 1 or 2 days or 3 days transporting bodies to Atlanta rather than to Macon?
As the gentleman states, yes.
Is it further not true, does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is it further not true that this bill would potentially lower the cost for county coroners exponentially?
The gentleman knows what he speaks.
Gentleman yield to Representative Al Williams, right out in front of you. Representative Williams.
The man from Midway. Yes, sir.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that an investment of this nature would return greatly the forgiveness that's given?
The gentleman knows what he speaks.
Is it not further true that many times there are huge delays in funerals, and it's very difficult because we've not been able to get the information needed back from the medical examiners, and it's a desperate situation, and we certainly can't put a dollar amount on this.
You're so correct, sir. For your community, it's good. Doing this is going to change everything in the state of Georgia and recruit and retain these medical examiners.
Let's hear a question from the gentleman, the chairman from which this issue arose. Representative Martin has a question.
Gentleman yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, while this does involve loan repayment, the state is getting a value in exchange for that?
Yes, sir. The gentleman know what he speaks.
For the yield?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that that's quite a bit different from a blanket loan repayment? Just because I went into debt, you owe us the money?
That is true, sir.
Isn't for the yield?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it further true that the governor's plan to do this and make it a loan repayment has the money go straight to the loan repayment rather than paying it to the medical examiner, so one couldn't take that money and do something else and still claim I have debt? This is a direct repayment for value. Isn't it true that this is a direct repayment for value to the taxpayers of Georgia, and it is an investment into this profession so that Georgians can be better served?
That is true, and that's why it's going to this Georgia Student Finance Committee, so that doesn't happen, and these loans are paid back and protected.
We have another speaker on this subject. There are a couple of questions out there, but I saw the questions right now for you, Mr. Floor Leader. So we'll move on to another speaker if you will yield the well.
Gentleman yields it well and asks for your favorable consideration on this very important issue. Thank you.
Floor Leader McDonald has yielded the well. My friend from the coast, Representative Edna Jackson, is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To all of my colleagues that are here, I asked if I could speak to this bill. 2 weeks prior to Christmas, my first grandnephew was shot in the head by a young man that wanted to steal his car. His mother, my niece, did not know about it until later. He was shot in the morning, but they didn't know because they thought he was home sewing. He was a graduate of SCAD and was a designer. The only reason that we found out who shot my grandnephew was because the young man that took the car was caught trying to change the plates on the car, but we thank God that he's in jail. It took us 2 weeks before we could get a coroner. 2 weeks, because they were not available. Not only that, they had to take the body from Savannah, Georgia to Macon, Georgia, and my niece wanted that body, her son's body, buried before Christmas. That is why I'm asking you to support this bill. There are other families, car accidents where multiple people are killed, and they need to have a coroner to declare the reason. I ask all of you. I never thought I would experience something like this, and it's still hard on the family. Please join me in voting to pass this bill so that we can make sure that people that are going into that area will have the finances to finish their degree so that our families will not have to suffer. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. This entire body is certainly sympathetic to your family's loss, and thank you for sharing that with us. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Chairman Collins rise?
I waive.
He waives. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 172, the nays are 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to HB 373? HB 373.
House Bill 373 by Representative Jones of the 60th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 4, Title 1 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to holidays and observances so as to designate September 11th of each year as First Responders Appreciation Day in Georgia. This bill having referred to the Committee on Special Rules, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Sheila Jones is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. I present to you HB 373, which is a bipartisan bill, and it seeks to designate September 11th of each year as First Responders Day here in Georgia. Today, we recognize as EMT's Day here at the state capitol. First responders often put their lives on the line each day when we dial 911. Police and firefighters have no guarantee when they answer a call if they will make it home safe or without injury. EMTs must be on call 24 hours to help rescue Georgians experiencing a medical crisis, and the pay for these responders do not equal the risk they take when answering the call to 911. The importance of the work of the first responders in Georgia should be honored in a day of recognition and appreciation each year on September the 11th, a day where residents can show gratitude and support community heroes who answered the call when they called 911. Colleagues, I ask for your favorable vote on HB 373. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I yield the well.
The lady has no question and she's yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Sharp arise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true?
Do you have an inquiry?
Yeah, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I've been a Georgia certified paramedic now for over 30 years, and I'm presently also certified, and I really support this bill, and I really appreciate everybody here for supporting this bill. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your service here, but also thank you for your service at home. It's most appreciated. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 173, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Congratulations, Representative Jones. Thank you. we're getting ready to call two bills that will require a 2/3 vote by this body for passage. So we need all of the members to pay attention to the presenter in the well, to the representative in the well, when they come up. The first one is HB 31. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to HB 31?
House Bill 31 by Representative Buckner, the 137th, to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 3 of Chapter 8 of Title 12 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to hazardous site response, so as to dedicate the proceeds of certain hazardous waste fees to the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund as authorized and subject to the conditions of the Constitution. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Debbie Buckner is recognized to present the bill. Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, it's my privilege to come and bring this bill again. This bill passed out of the House last year 165-0. What the bill does is it says that the hazardous waste fees that are collected will be dedicated to be used to the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund to be used to clean up hazardous waste. Say that 3 times fast. But it is a bill that is needed. There are communities all across our state that have hazardous waste sites that need to be cleaned up, and this will dedicate more funds for EPD to have available to clean those sites up. So I ask for your favorable consideration to dedicate these fees. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield for questions.
The lady has no questions.
Good, thank you. I appreciate your favorable consideration.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 172, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Resolution 96, H.R. 96?
House Resolution 96 by Representative Williams, the 148th and others, a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to provide for a reduction in the rate of ad valorem tax assessments of timber at sale or harvest. This resolution, having been referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Chairman Noel Williams is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to talk to you about H.R. 96. This passed the House last year 166-0, and somehow it did not make it past signing day across the hall. This is a fair tax for timber. Standing timber is the only agricultural crop that is taxed for ad valorem tax purposes at 100%. All we're asking is this to be taxed at 40%. This legislation is about uniformity and fairness, and this would be a constitutional amendment, so we would need 120 green votes. Hope we have more than that, and it will be on the ballot in 2024 to be effective 2025, assuming we have favorable participation from you all. With that, Mr. Speaker, that's the crux of this bill, and I will stand for any questions.
Gentleman has no questions, but we do have another speaker. You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and colleagues, I appreciate your favorable consideration.
Well, the Williams boys are working together here. Let's see. Chairman Noel Williams, Representative Noel Williams, and now Representative Al Williams is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, especially for recognizing the influence and power of the Williams Caucus. Last year, I had the opportunity to speak about this same bill. Nothing really has changed. The fact is that it is needed and it brings fairness into taxation. Now, I know that the feeling usually is that timber owners are huge, very wealthy people. That's not always true. There are a lot of small timber owners where this tax really affects them. And like I told you last year, one of them happens to live in my district, and Ms. Riles owns several acres. It certainly would help her as a small landowner. As an aside, until the 50s, the largest percentage of African American landowners in Georgia lived in Liberty County. Over 48,000 acres were owned by African Americans at that time, and many of these family members are now small timber landowners. Let's equalize this. There needs to be fairness in taxation. This sends a message that you don't have to be rich like many of our land barons in this legislature to get a break. Somebody's going to know what I said when you leave here. So I urge you to vote yes for HB 96, and let's bring fairness to taxation for our timber growers in Georgia.
The gentleman yield for a question.
Yes, I will.
It's from your neighbor, Chairman DeLoach, from just down the road from you. Chairman DeLoach is recognized for a question.
The gentleman yield.
Gladly, my neighbor and friend.
I need to know if the Williams Caucus has filed with the Ethics Committee.
Well, I said it was the Williams Caucus, not the Crazy Caucus. And we really put one out and sent him to the dark side last year, Rick Williams. So those of us that are left make up a very potent, if small, minority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Chairman Meeks rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 133, I ask to be excused from this vote.
Gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas were 170, the nays 1. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 230-230?
House Bill 230 by Representative Newton of the 127th to be entitled an Act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 4080 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to sales and use taxes so as to provide for a qualified consolidated government special purpose local option sales tax. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Newton is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 230 that I bring to you today will allow the voters in Augusta-Richmond County to vote on a half-penny SPLOST to fund the construction of a new arena. Our current arena entertainment venue is 45 years old and really functionally obsolete. It lacks any of the infrastructure and amenities that you need for touring shows. The new arena will seat about 10,000 people. I know that may be small around Atlanta, but it's pretty big in our region of Georgia. And this aligns with Augusta's regional reach. The framework of this C-SPLOST mirrors the framework of SPLOST for other consolidated government, but this one is narrowly tailored and in particular emphasizes the fact that we're on a state border. That is a key point because this is a regional arena. Much of the benefit will be enjoyed just across the river from downtown in South Carolina, a growing area of North Augusta and Aiken, South Carolina. Unfortunately, with property taxes and other ways of funding, there's no way for them to really contribute to something in downtown Augusta. This would allow Augusta-Richmond County to do this. It will be financed through revenue bonds. There will be some other revenue sources, including ticket fees, naming rights, and things like that. It is supported by the entire delegation from Augusta-Richmond County, and I'm pleased to have that, plus our Augusta-Richmond County Chamber of Commerce supports. I hope you'll join with me and allow us, in particular, to allow the beneficiaries of this new infrastructure, who are often out-of-state members, to help pay for the 40% that they'll be enjoying by allowing us to do this half-penny sales tax in the Augusta-Richmond County consolidated government. Thank you. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has no questions.
Thank you. I appreciate your support. I yield the will.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Is that yours or mine? For what purpose does Chairman Prince rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it true or is it not true that though we see all this green up here, this Civic Center is named in honor of James Brown, and because of all this green, I feel good.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that inquiry, but I'll let you know that there's only one member allowed in this House to feel good with a singing voice, and that's Representative Sharper back there. And you didn't get to that point on that presentation. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 165, the nays 7. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Now you can feel good. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to HB 264?
House Bill 264 by Representative Smith of the 138th and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48.5.311 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to creation of county boards of equalization, duties, review of assessments, and appeals. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Vance Smith is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 264 deals with taxpayers when they have an appeal process on their property tax. Working with the tax assessors and the clerks, if you look at Section 2 first, all the way through the bill, worked on all of those items, the dates, how many days you're allowed. It's a 180-day period. Some of the dates in there have been adjusted to try to equalize and adequately appoint that time for the tax assessor's office and clerks and Board of Equalization. There's the section number 1, it was an addition, so that's the reason you have a substitute. But if you looked at line 241 through 246, if there's no hearing officer or they don't get a hearing scheduled during the required time, then that section 1, item C, will take effect. And if you look at that, it will give a stipulation that the taxes on the property presently will remain there successive for 2 years. There are 3 exceptions. If a taxpayer has a valuation on their return that's higher or different, or if the tax assessor goes out and on-site visit, looks at the property and sees that there's been an addition, deletions to the property, or improvements to the property, or if the taxpayer himself presents evidence to change that, whether it goes up or down. So that's basically your bill. I think this will help the taxpayer to speed that process up by adequately adjusting that time, and I would certainly ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there are no questions, I'll yield the will.
The gentleman yields. He has a question to your left.
Yes, sir.
Representative Jasmine Clark has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So, in section 2, you say that we're equalizing the time, but it shows that we're actually decreasing the amount of time that the county has to, I guess, reach out to or correct changes by half. How are larger counties like Gwinnett and Fulton, how do you think this might affect them, as they might have more on their plate than maybe some of our smaller counties?
I think in equalizing that time, and there again, the tax assessors and the clerks work together hand in hand on section 2, which that's what you're talking about. But in some instances, as I was explained, the tax assessors might use of that 180-day period, they might use 130, 140 days, therefore leaving the hearing officer or maybe a clerk of court that last remaining 40 or 50 days. So we're trying to make it even so that they get as much time for the hearing part as the tax assessors do.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, I think it's in the same section, in line 104, where we changed the requirement for them to set a date for a hearing to them holding a hearing. Again, my concern is for the larger counties now making it mandatory that they get an actual hearing done in this amount of time. Have you spoken to any of these larger counties to see how they feel this might affect their ability to just do their job?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. There again, the tax assessors, there was a meeting here at the Capitol a few weeks ago, and they sat down with the clerks, and they worked out that whole section 2, and they were all in agreement. Now, I'm not going to say everybody in the whole state's absolutely satisfied, because I don't know if we ever get perfection, but they agreed to those date changes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Representative Smith, will you yield for another question?
Yes, sir.
Whip Burchett, right in front of you, has a question, if you'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for bringing the bill, Representative Smith. Just for clarity's purposes, isn't it true that 180 days is still there? It's just separated between the Board of Equalization and the first portion of the appeal, correct?
Yes, sir, Ms. Whip.
So you still got 180 days. It's just which board has to act under those 90 days. And then isn't it also true that where before the Board of Equalization had 15 days to set a date, now they have 90 days to hold a hearing? That was the change that in that section. Isn't that true?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Thank you, Ms. Whip. I appreciate that.
Thank you for bringing the bill.
And that was actually on line 103. It went from 15 days to 90 days. If there are no further questions, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for your favorable consideration on House Bill 264.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 173, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 408?
House Bill 408 by Representative Williamson of the 112th, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4883 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to exemptions from sales and use tax so as to change the sunset provision for the exemption for competitive projects of regional significance. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
The gentleman from Monroe, Georgia, Chairman Williamson, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the House, I'm bringing for you House Bill 408, LC 500497. This bill simply extends the sunset period for the projects of regional significance, extends it through the end of 2026. That's quite simply what the bill does. Happy to stand for any questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you. I ask for the body's favorable consideration. I yield the will.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 169, the nays 2. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to HB 227-227?
House Bill 227 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd, to be entitled an act to amend Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to crimes and offenses so as to provide for the offense of criminal interference with critical infrastructure. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Leverett to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm pleased today to bring to you House Bill 227, a bill that addresses a very timely topic of concern to all of us. I'm sure you all saw with me on the news back during the December, around the holiday period, when somebody as yet unknown damaged a power substation in North Carolina and plunged about 45,000 people into absolute darkness and cold during one of the coldest
times or cold spells that I remember in my life. Well, that's not the only time that's happening these days. It's becoming more frequent. All over the country, apparently, some people have decided that it's open season on critical infrastructure for our utilities, and they're using that for whatever reason. We currently have some tools to deal with that kind of conduct. We have criminal damage to property statutes, and we also have domestic terrorism. But of course, not everybody does this with an intent to be terroristic to everyone. There are times when it's just simple damage, and we don't really know, for example, in North Carolina, if that was just two people seeing who was the better shot and could hit the shiny thing in the substation with their shotgun, or if it was truly someone trying to commit an act of domestic terror. So House Bill 227 would address these issues by allowing prosecutors a mid-range charge. Right now, domestic terrorism, of course, requires a lot of proof elements with respect to your state of mind and your intent and your purpose. The criminal damage to property statute does not require that, but it only has a penalty up to 10 years. So we're amending in House Bill 227 the criminal damage to property statute and adding some additional elements. If you can show that the damage to the property involved critical infrastructure or vital services and it was done intentionally by force or violence, or if it was done to electronic infrastructure by electronic means, then that constitutes a special category of criminal damage to property in first degree and can be punished by an additional 10 years. It's 2 to 20 years as a penalty. So that's what the bill does, and I feel like this is necessary at this point to send a message to those who would try to damage vital infrastructure, which can have such a more far-ranging impact than just simply damaging a piece of property. If you damage the utilities, truck depot, well, that's bad, but that generally isn't going to put 45,000 people in the dark and absolute cold during the week before Christmas. So this would give prosecutors an additional tool in their toolbox, if you will, and allow them to make a charge that has a penalty that's commensurate with the scope and breadth of the impact these kinds of crimes have. I think you may notice on your desk there are quite a number of organizations. The Georgia Chamber supports this legislation, as does a wide group of utility companies who are concerned about this very alarming trend. And we hope this will help send a message to folks that might be contemplating that they should not do it. And for those who commit it and aren't deterred, we can punish them to a degree that's commensurate with the impact and the harm they're causing to our citizens. So this will protect, we believe this will protect Georgia citizens from these kinds of acts and will help deter them. So that's the bill. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions.
Gentleman yields for questions. The chair recognizes Representative Kennard to your left for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield, yes, sir.
Has there been any incidents like this in Georgia to date?
I'm not aware that there have been any yet, but I suppose my goal is let's not wait for a few of them to happen. Let's try to be proactive and prevent them now.
Do you further yield?
Yes, sir.
So an 18, 19-year-old that accidentally hits a critical piece of infrastructure just shooting their gun, what happens to them?
Well,
it's unintentional.
Well, if it's unintentional, the bill does require some kind of intent or intentionality with the act. So I don't believe that would fall under this particular crime. It might fall under some others, but not under this one.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question.
Representative Earhart is recognized for a question straight in front of you to the back.
Thank you, Representative. Will you yield for a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that Georgia is an amazing place to live and the #1 state in the nation to do business?
Yes, ma'am. I would agree wholeheartedly.
Will
with
you
that.
further yield?
I will yield for those kinds of questions.
Is it not true that this is a piece of legislation that will provide a much-needed extra level of deterrent to protect this amazing state that we live in and to protect our citizens?
That is certainly our intent, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker,
Representative Collins, Chairman Collins is recognized for a question if you'll yield for one.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Is it not true that throughout this state, there have been a lot of folks over the years who have probably went on power lines and went mudding and went through the four-wheel drives and do that kind of thing? And is it not true that this bill does a lot to discourage that type of behavior and hold some people more accountable for reckless behavior? with this type of issues, where you have people that might be on a power line and they got guns and they're shooting and they do damage to this type of critical infrastructure. Is it not true that this bill is going to help discourage that type of behavior throughout this state?
Well, I certainly hope it will. And I think the degree of intentionality that would require, that would suffice to support a prosecution will have to be determined in each circumstance based on those facts, but I certainly hope it will discourage any kind of reckless behavior and certainly intentional behavior that would damage that infrastructure.
Gentlemen, yield for a couple of more questions.
I'm trying not to, Mr. Speaker, but I will.
Yeah, if you don't mind, take a couple more. Representative Tran has a question to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do, yes, sir.
So as the owner of a cafe in a shopping center, I'm wondering critical infrastructure. If the bar in the shopping center, a couple of drunks get really drunk and they're pissed off at the bar owner, and they knock out the transformer and takes out the entire shopping center, would that be part of critical infrastructure?
Well, Mr. Representative, to me, the bar would be critical infrastructure. But I'm not sure, was that your question?
I'd be willing to accept that as critical infrastructure.
No, in all seriousness, given my personal preferences, the definition would not include the bar. And I believe, again, that it would get back to the degree of intent. And frankly, I don't profess to have enough knowledge of criminal law and intent in Maine Soraya to know, but I think if you are drunk and commit an act like this, you probably wouldn't have the requisite degree of intent. But again, I think it depends on the totality of circumstances.
Thank you, sir.
And I look forward to visiting your cafe and trying out the other businesses in the vicinity sometime soon.
Sounds good.
If the gentleman will take one more question, that would be awesome.
Ms. Speaker, I would be delighted to do that.
Representative Maynor is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I yield. Yes, ma'am.
For the pleasure of the body, I would just like to point out that this is a minimum of 2 years sentencing. For arson of a police car, it's a minimum of 5 years sentencing. For 2 or more people to do a riot, it's a minimum of 5 years sentencing. And aggravated assault with the attempt to rape is 1 year. If this body please recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have one last question, and it's Representative Donahue over to your left, the gentleman from the 31st.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Is it not true, the worst whipping I think I ever had when I was 12 years old, I took a 12-gauge shotgun. I shot the power line that controlled the telephone to my house. Luckily, my father worked for Southern Bell and could fix that. But this bill's a great bill because with ill intentions, we can hurt a lot of people, and I think it's very much needed. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sure the representative's whipping was much worse than 2 years in any state institution.
If the gentleman will yield, I said one more, but this one's, I think this one's important as well. Chairman Martin, to your right, is recognized for a question.
Gentleman yield.
I yield, yes, sir.
You may have mentioned that, but I want to highlight it again, if I may. On line 36 of the bill, you add electronic means. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And isn't it true that we found nationally and internationally that's one of the biggest vulnerabilities to our critical infrastructure is cyber intrusion that can take out not only 40,000 people, not 100,000 people, but could it potentially take out half of the United States because of the interconnection between the electric grid. And you're addressing that in the bill. And if for no other reason isn't it true, that's a great improvement for the protection of our citizens in Georgia.
Thank you, Chairman Martin. I would agree wholeheartedly, and I wish I could claim credit for that great idea. It was brought to me after we filed the bill, but it seemed like such a good idea we couldn't resist it. So we did include that in the bill that's before you today for your approval. Thank you for that question.
Done a good job.
All right, if I have no further questions, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well and ask your favorable consideration of House Bill 227.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Whip Burchett rise?
A parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that dove hunting is one of the favorite pastimes of the state of Georgia?
I've heard that.
Isn't it also true that this bill would help some of my friends in South Georgia that can't hit them flying from shooting them off the lines?
Well, I'm sure the gentleman has practiced what he preaches from time to time, whether it be a friendly tree or a power line, no doubt about that. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 174, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, have you read the caption to House Bill 302?
House Bill 302 by Representative Franklin of the 160th to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 16594 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to restraining orders and protective orders so as to provide for the issuance of a temporary or permanent protective order by the court. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Franklin from down in Statesboro is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is to amend the code relating to protective orders in regards to stalking. It basically gives the judges the discretion at the time of its ordering to allow it to be temporary or permanent at that time. And that is basically all that is to the bill. But I'll tell you, as I started looking into this, I had no idea the frustration surrounding this issue. And I've come to learn that many people, or many of us in this chamber, has actually dealt with it. And if you haven't dealt with it personally, you more than likely know somebody that's dealt with this issue. So I feel like it's time that we do something about it. Stalking in its core manifests itself in intimidation, control, and fear. And I think we could all agree in this chamber that there's no place for that in Georgia. So I ask for your favorable consideration on this bill, and I yield for any questions you may have.
Gentleman yields for questions. Representative Kendrick, to your left, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Is it not true that, unfortunately, I have been a victim of stalking in years past?
If you so speak.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I do.
Is it not true that this would clarify so that judges will be able to issue permanent orders as opposed to temporary ones, therefore protecting people who might have been victims of stalking like myself?
That is absolutely correct.
Thank you.
If I just may say, a lot of the situations that I've seen, a lot of the victims have had a temporary order and they've had to come back to face their accusers for an extension. So this is an attempt to try to solve that issue.
Gentleman yield for one more question.
Yes, sir, I yield.
Leader Estration, right in front of you. He's recognized for a question if y'all will turn his mic on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
I do, I yield.
Sir, isn't it true that under the circumstance just outlined by the representative, a victim of stalking can, under current law, only petition for protection for 12 months? And your bill's necessary so that that could actually be a permanent order at the time it's issued and provide far longer protection for that victim.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you. Good bill.
Thank you.
You have no further questions.
With that, I'll yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 172, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to HB 384?
House Bill 384 by Representative Henderson of the 113th, being titled an act to amend Code Section 3329 3.2 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to individual accident and sickness insurance coverage for mammograms, pap smears, and prostate-specific antigen tests. This bill having referred to the Committee on Insurance, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Henderson is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud today to introduce HB 384. Prostate cancer is the second leading cause of death among men in Georgia. As you can see on the screen, this year alone, over 7,000 men will be diagnosed in the state of Georgia. Over 900 men will lose their battle. Those numbers are astronomical. Prostate cancer early on has no symptoms and it has no pain. Therefore, it is very important to get a PSA test done yearly. This bill, HB 384, is where the insurance companies will send notifications to men recommending having a PSA test done upon reaching age 45. Having it done at age 40 if there's a family history existing. As a breast cancer survivor myself, I can attest to the importance of early detection. We all have men in our families that we love dearly, and this legislation could save their lives. As a result of this legislation, we address you and we recommend that you just encourage your family members to be tested. My mission is to raise awareness that early detection is key, that early detection saves lives. Early detection saved my life. So I say to you today, men in the state of Georgia, please get your test done. Don't hesitate. Make time out of your busy schedule and live a cancer-free life. And today I would be remiss if I left this podium without thanking those that helped me while I was out. They assisted me. For one, Chair Lunsford, Chair Smith, Chair Sharon Cooper, Leader Beverly, Representative Carolyn Hughley that presented the bill for me while I was out. And last but not least, I'd like to thank Becky. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm thanking you diligently for your prayers while I was out as well. My daughter Angel and my wonderful husband is here to support me with this bill, and I just thank them for coming. Could you please?
Will the lady?
And thank you, Representative Williams.
Will
But
the
I
lady
thank
yield
you
for a
dearly.
question? Will you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Representative Jasmine Clark to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my seatmate yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So, is it not true that I never met my grandfather because he passed away from a very aggressive form of cancer? Also, my uncle died at a very young age from a very aggressive form of prostate cancer. And my father started getting his screenings much earlier than what was recommended. And because of that, he was able to get his prostate cancer. He was also diagnosed, but he was able to get his diagnosed early enough that he is now being treated for it and doing very well. Is that not true?
It's great. It's great.
Thank you.
That's perfect proof that early detection does save lives. Thank you, Representative, for that question.
Lady, yield for a couple more.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hagan, to your right, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to thank you for bringing this bill. So often we draw attention to healthcare matters for women. And as a mom of 2 sons, I just want to thank you for bringing attention to this matter. We certainly do want to love and care for the men in our lives as well as the women. So thank you very much for bringing this bill.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Representative.
Representative Washburn is recognized for a question. To your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I will, Representative. Thank you so much.
Is it not true that I commend you for your hard work and for bringing this excellent legislation to protect the lives of men in Georgia?
Thank you. Appreciate it, Representative.
Representative Holly is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield, Mr. Warman?
Yes, I do.
I just wanted to commend you for not only just bringing this bill, but making sure that this can really be on the radar for all our families. I know that I've had to inform my father that I had a dream that he died, and literally it took about 48 hours before he got checked out. And when he went to see the doctor told him, had you come in here a day later, we would have done nothing to treat your prostate cancer. So I would like for more people to be able to get screened and not necessarily have to have the drama that I've had to go through. But I appreciate you very much.
Yes, definitely. That's proof that early detection does save lives. Early detection is key.
We're going to take 2 more, Representative, if you'll work with me.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Because you
Speaker.
have the screens lit
Be
up
glad
with
to.
folks encouraging this. So we're going to recognize Representative Reese for a question to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the lady yield?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that this is not only an outstanding bill, but conversations of health concerns to African American males seem to be taboo quite often in our community? And this will be another opportunity for us to raise the matter, to make sure that we are all aware of this dangerous, dangerous disease that hits so many of us in our community.
Yes, sir. And the American Cancer Society just verified what you said, Representative. That is true.
You have 1 more if you take it. Chair Lady Camp, to your extreme left over here, has a question. Ladies recognized.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, ma'am.
My father is a prostate cancer survivor, and isn't it true that until we find a cure for the hideous thing that is cancer, prevention is our best treatment?
Yes, that's definitely true. Thank you so much for that question.
The lady has done a wonderful job. She has numerous other questions, but for the sake of us moving on today, the lady, I'm sure they'll come to you and have a direct conversation. If you will.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Great
Thank
job.
you so much for the instruction.
Great job, great bill. The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 169, the nays 1. Congratulations. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you will read the caption to HB 545. 545.
House Bill 545 by Representative Cannon, the 172nd, to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 8 of Title 2 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to agricultural commodity commissions generally, so as to provide for an agricultural commodity commission for citrus fruits. This bill having referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Well, I've seen your face here before. Now we're going to, and I've heard your voice as well. So let's see what you can do up here. Representative Chaz Cannon is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise this afternoon to present to you a simple bill, House Bill 545, which would establish a citrus commission.
Gentlemen will suspend. Now, y'all need to pay special attention to a gentleman's first bill in the well. His first bill, I just wanted to make sure that y'all are paying close attention. The gentleman will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, simple bill. It's only a page long. It would establish the Commodity Commission for Citrus, which is a growing product in the state. Several years ago, it was only 11.5 million pounds produced in the state over a few counties. And last year, basically, looking forward into the next couple of years, 500,000 pounds of produce produced over 45 different counties in the state. So it's a growing product, and the Citrus Association has requested this commodity commission so they can engage in research, promotion, and education for the product. Very low impact fiscally, if any. It's a voluntary commission. Any fees would be paid for by the folks that participate in the commission. I appreciate the bill signers that helped me carry this bill. It is my first bill, and I'll yield to any questions.
Let's see, I don't think you, oh yeah, you do have a question. Let's see. Chairman Corbett, he knows something about this subject. See if he can give you a good question here.
Absolutely. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield to my mentor.
Is it not true that Georgia leads the nation when it comes to college football?
The gentleman so states.
I know if what to speak.
Yes, sir.
Is it not also true that Georgia leads the nation when it comes to Satsuma production?
The gentleman knows of what he speaks.
Is it not further true that the future looks really bright for both our football team and our Satsuma growers going forward, and we're going to continue to squeeze our competition for years to come?
That is a little fruity question, but the gentleman so states.
Since you mentioned fruit, I think competition wants to have a word here about this subject. Chairman Dickey is recognized for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield to the chairman.
Well, this is your first bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
You're not nervous up there, are you?
No, sir.
Well, it might be a squeeze getting this bill through today. I don't know, but I am proud of our citrus industry in South Georgia. It's not the citrus state yet, I hope, but we are the peach state. Is that correct? This bill doesn't affect that, does it?
That is true.
Thank you for bringing this bill.
Aren't you glad you asked that question?
Well, you have a lot of questions, but you're close to being out of the well. Representative Becky Evans has a question. I'm sure this is a good one. The lady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Yes. Isn't it true that one reason why our Georgia climate is producing citrus, that we're so good at producing citrus now, that it might be that our climate is changing here in Georgia?
The lady knows of what she speaks.
Yes, thank you. And may I ask another question?
I yield. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
and so isn't it true that many of us in this body hope that our state will seriously talk about all the ways that our state can better prepare for climate change that's happening?
The lady knows of what she speaks.
Thank you.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
I yield, and I can peel the love tonight.
Well, let's see how much love you get out of this one. Chair Lady Houston has a question.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Oh, state your inquiry.
Isn't it true that the Speaker in the Well is doing much better answering his questions than his predecessor did when Lita Beverly asked him a question?
The gentlelady knows of what she speaks. I agree with that.
Well, since we got that straight, let's see. We're going to take a couple more. We had one that doesn't grow satsumas. Let's see. One from the back. Chairman Carpenter. I know he can't grow
Does
them
the
up there.
gentleman yield?
I'm not sure this question will be worth the squeeze, but I yield.
As a lover of all things Georgia produce, is it not true that our very own John Corbett's family grows what I believe are the finest satsumas in the land?
The gentleman is correct.
Chairman Meeks is recognized for a question. Then I have one, so don't leave the well yet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Appreciate you bringing this bill. I was just reading through it, and I see that we established the commission, but nowhere in the language do we appoint anybody to be on the commission. Can you confirm where that is within the bill?
It's already in the statute. The breakdown is basically the Georgia Farm Bureau president. There's a member appointed by the House and the Senate, and also the agricultural commissioner or his designee, and then those four would select 5 members at large to serve on the commission.
Gentleman, yield for one more question.
I yield.
If Chair has a question, if you don't mind. Gentleman yields. Where
I
is
yield.
this industry located in Georgia?
It's across 45 counties, Mr. Speaker.
And where are those counties?
In the lower part of the state.
The
southern part of the state.
Gentleman yield.
I yield.
How far up in Georgia do these counties exist that produce this?
As far north as the Effingham County, Mr. Speaker.
Making sure you knew that Bullock County and the Franklins grow a lot of these little precious gems over there as well. Good job, gentlemen. You've done a good job your first time. Let's see how your vote comes out.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objections to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Chairman Martin rise? Can you help him?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
It appears the gentleman needs some help. Is that not true?
That is very true.
Earlier, isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, earlier in the presentation, the gentleman to my left over here mentioned the proclivity of the Georgia Bulldogs to win national championships, and we're all proud of that. Isn't that true, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman so states.
Isn't it true that if you're a Georgia Bulldog fan, Mr. Speaker, in general, you hate most things orange? That would be Florida, Tennessee, Auburn, and Clemson. So isn't it further true that if the gentleman would, through a parliamentary inquiry, say that this group is going to work on breeding a special Satsuma mandarin fruit that could be, say, more red, he might see less red. Isn't that true?
I'm sure the gentleman believes when he gets way out there that he believes what he's saying anyway, so we'll say it that way. For what purpose does a gentleman from the 16th, Representative Kelly, rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true by looking at the board, the gentleman may not have the juice to get this over the finish line?
I'm sure the gentleman looks correct anyway. Let's see, we're going to take one more, another mountain guy, maybe two more, two mountain guys. Gentleman from the 9th, Representative Wade. I'm sure he's got something on this one.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I just want the sponsor of the bill to know that I'm very willing to turn my vote from red to green. If he could enlighten me, and if I missed it, I apologize, the number of Georgians that would qualify to be on this commodity commission. I know that the Chairman Smith wants to know how many Georgians are impacted, and I appreciate the chairman and his effort to make sure this is in the best interest of all Georgians. But I have no idea how many folks live in those 45 counties that would do this. And if you want to tell me offline, I'll probably give you my green vote.
I hope y'all will communicate. You know, we're burning daylight, y'all, but we're going to take one more question, one more inquiry. For what purpose does Representative Jason Ridley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that I may need to take this young man and teach him what reconsideration means by looking at this board?
You have a reputation here for being a great parliamentarian, and I'm sure you could probably help him. On the... Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 172, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. I've never had too much fun, but that was close. We're going to go on to HB 273. We're going to break here in just for a few minutes. So let's move on and give your attention to HB 273. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 273 by Representative Deloach, the 167th, to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 2 of Title 12 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions relative to the Department of Natural Resources so as to extend the date by which rules and regulations prescribed by the Board of Natural Resources must be in effect for purpose of establishing criminal violations. This bill having referred to the Committee on Natural Resources and Environment, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Members, this bill was on yesterday's calendar, and we postponed until today, and the gentleman has patiently waited to present the bill. Chairman Deloach is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This mic was up pretty high. I don't know who was here before me, but it must have been pretty tall. This is a Natural Resources, Department of Natural Resources bill. Section 1 simply moves forward the date from January 1, 2022 to January 1, 2023 so the department can continue to enforce their rules and regulations. The Section 2 deals with the Sapelo Island Heritage Authority. It simply changes the makeup of the authority very slightly. It allows the governor currently serves, and it allows the governor or his or her designee to serve on the board. The commissioner continues to serve on the board. The executive director of State Properties Commission continues to serve. Formerly, the Commission on Human Relations in the governor's office had a seat, and that Commission on Human Relations in the governor's office has gone away. So we take that seat and give it to a resident of the Hog Hammock community on Sapelo Island, so they now have 2 residents serving. The only other thing this bill does is removes the governor as the chairman of the authority, and he becomes the vice chairman, and the commissioner of natural resources becomes the chair. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield the well and go to lunch.
You're a smart man, but we do have a speaker to assist you before you go to lunch. Chair recognizes Representative Al Williams to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly thank the author for this bill. On Sapelo Island, Hog Hammock is the last remaining Gullah Geechee conclave in the entire United States. For many, many years, the residents there have been able to identify themselves with a direct lineage to the west coast of Africa. Many, many good things have happened. That's why it is a beautiful, pristine place. And the reason for this bill and the reason for the commissioner becoming the chairman, as the author has said, is because the governor is just not able to meet often enough because of other responsibilities, and the commissioner, and we have several rangers over there, is able to do this, and the people over there need to be heard. There are many things they need. And as you know by our bill that has been introduced also by the author, McIntosh County is economically a very depressed area, and it is vitally important. The county is doing some things, but it's important that the state is able to hear directly, particularly from the descendants of Sapelo, Hog Hamlet. I support this bill. There's no such thing as a perfect bill. I've seen very few come out of this house. Every once in a while we do get a perfect one. But there are some things that we would have liked to have seen, but this is probably as good a bill as we're able to get out of here and give the kind of representation and audience to the members of Hog Hamlet that is so necessary. When I first came to the legislature, I represented St. Simon's Island. And I told some folk this morning, at that time there were 23 votes on that island. I got 22 of them. I'm still looking for that one traitor, but this is an extremely important bill, and I ask for your support of it. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 171, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. One last bill we're going to take up, House Bill 244. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 244?
House Bill 244 by Representative Petrie, the 166 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 and Title 27 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to game and fish, so as to extend the date by which rules and regulations prescribed by the Board of Natural Resources must be in effect for the purposes of establishing criminal violations. This bill having referred to the Committee on Game, Fish, and Parks, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from the coast, Chairman Petrie, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring you House Bill 244. Great to follow my good friend Representative Loach from the coast with another coastal bill. For those of you that weren't here in 2019, we were able to pass the oyster mariculture bill that year. Most of the provisions in here relate to that, but I want to go through the bill, try to very briefly explain to you what's in here. The first thing I want to point out was an amendment made in committee, which is Section 2, which basically now will allow electronic calls for hunting bobcat and fox in this state. That would be during season. We already have a season, as most of you, or some of you that may be in more urban sites may not be aware. They're a game species, and we are going to expand and allow electronic calling for hunting that game animal. When you leave that section, you go to the real kind of meat of the bill as it began, which relates to coastal issues, and you'll see on lines 45 to 48 there. What we're doing here, seafood dealers have to report to the Department of Natural Resources, Coastal Resources Division, all of the harvest and the sales of shellfish and shrimp, things of that nature. All seafood has to be reported monthly to the department so they can track these sales and populations. We have some dealers who have decided that if they don't have any activity, they simply don't have to report. And of course, the conundrum for the department is they don't know whether they're not reporting and violating the requirement or if they actually have no activity at all. So what we do right here is make it very clear that if you have no activity, you still have to monthly report that non-activity. So that is what we do in the first part of the bill. In Section 4, we redefine cage. So when I passed the mariculture bill in here in 2019, what the industry generally, remember, we grow oysters when we farm them in the intertidal zone in cages. And at the time, we used individual cages. The new technology, to use that term, is that we have a multitude of smaller cages inside one aggregate larger cage. And so you see a change of definition there. In Section 5, you see we're basically dealing with our master harvesters and then our harvesters that work under master harvesters to grow and harvest shellfish. And what we're doing here, on line 81, you'll see there, and then on the other section as well, we're changing shall language by the department to may language. The reason we're doing that is to give the department the ability to determine whether or not they need to deny a permit, or in the next section, to revoke a permit based on an infraction. There are smaller infractions the department would not want to be compelled to remove someone's permit for. So we're giving discretion to the department. Very important I point out, however, because we're talking about oysters, on line 85 to 87, you'll see the shall language remains on certification from the Department of Agriculture. So anything that relates to food safety, those violations, loss of certification, they would still lose their permit. And then finally, Section 7, Mr. Speaker, eliminates the cage fee altogether. In the original bill, we put a $1 fee on each cage, and we're eliminating that altogether because of the new system. Mr. Speaker, that's as fast as I can go through that bill, and I'm glad to answer any questions if I wasn't clear in any way.
I think you were clear, but you do have a question. Representative Saines, Chairman Saines from the coast, needs some clarification.
Yeah, my good friend.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do indeed.
As this bill is vitally important to the vitality of Georgia's seafood industry, would the gentleman clarify that the best seafood in this state can be found in the Golden Isles?
Well, at risk of, let me do this, at the risk of losing your vote. The best seafood in this country can be found on the Georgia coast. We can agree on that, Representative, that's for certain.
Till we got to defining areas, I didn't have this question. I've been looking for it, though. The gentleman knows probably more about oysters than anybody in this House. Representative Al Williams has a question.
I will agree with that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that this bill helps resurrect the oyster harvesting business in Georgia that for years has been almost dominant?
Yes, sir. I believe that to be true, sir.
Is it not further true that there's never been a question the best tasting oysters in America are found on the coast of Georgia.
Representative, you are correct.
And is it not true that with this we will be able to have an oyster that is even more restaurant quality, because we're not known for our beauty, just our taste? And is it not true that the McIntosh oyster that is served at the Ocean Air is picked in McIntosh County by Ernest McIntosh?
I believe that is true, Representative, and I agree wholeheartedly with all of your comments. Mr. Speaker?
I have to take one more.
Okay.
And that's from another gentleman from the coast. We're
all
not
my crew.
convinced yet, but Chairman Deloach, finish this one off.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do, sir.
Let's get a little more specific, if you don't mind, about oysters. Isn't it true that the finest delicacy that our Creator ever created is the Harris Neck cluster of small oysters?
That is absolutely true, Representative Deloach. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say one final thing. The only thing keeping us, I want this body to know this, the only thing keeping us from farming oysters today, everything we passed has been implemented, is the Corps of Engineers. The federal government delays are the only thing keeping us from farming oysters today. When they finally do that, this will be yet another way to help us to continue to move expeditiously to farming oysters in Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield to Will.
Gentleman has no questions. I think you've shucked that one. We're ready to move on. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 170, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. We have a couple of a couple of announcements. We'll start with the chairman of the Rules Committee, Chairman Richard Smith.
Good thing y'all not voting on my message. Rules will meet at 1:30. 1:30.
Representative Dewey McLean is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're coming back at 1:30, so you all better get to room 307 for the Working Family Caucus and get you some lunch for you can get back at 1:30. So room 307, and today we'll be talking about mental health legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Y'all may want to listen to this one now. This next announcement is chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Chairman Matt Hatchett.
Thank you. Those of you who are members of the Appropriations Committee, you've received an email probably while we were in here that we will be meeting today at 4. Hopefully we're through in here. If not, we'll do what we got to do, but we'll be meeting at 4 in room 341. We've got 4 compensation resolutions that we need to have resolved. Thank you.
Chairman, you're the only one that controls what we do. You have the only priority this House has to take care of. So we'll be there. Chairman Williamson, recognized for an announcement.
There'll be a majority caucus lunch in room 403 during the lunch break.
If you have a page, we're going to take page photos right up here. So here's what we're going to do. We'll be back. We'll recess until 1:45. That's quarter to 2. 1:45. Be back here at 1:45, and we'll get started again. This house is in recess until 1:45. House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions?
Honoring the life and memory of Judge Tracy Mason. Honoring the life and memory of Gene R. Tilley. Recognizing and commending Margie Boone. Recognizing and commending Dr. Maya M. Taylor. Congratulating and commending Lisa Cannon Taylor for receiving the 2023 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Service Leader Award. Recognizing and commending Reverend Charles Robert Ramsey Jr. Congratulating and commending Anheuser-Busch, the Carter-Bartow County Chamber of Commerce 2022 Manufacturer of the Year. Congratulating and commending Weaver Heating, Inc., the Carter-Bartow County Chamber of Commerce 2022 Small Business of the Year. Honoring the contributions and leadership of Cole Porter in Gwinnett County, honoring the contributions to South Asian Bar Association to the Georgia legal community, recognizing and commending King Solomon Smallwood, recognizing and commending Gary L. Davis Sr., and for other purposes. That completes the reading of the privileged resolutions. Thanks.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. We're going to move back onto the rules calendar. A couple of bills we'll finish today that were postponed from yesterday, Wednesday. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 295?
House Bill 295 by Representative Hawkins, the 27th, to be entitled an act to amend Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related insurance so as to revise certain procedures, timelines, and other matters concerning consumer protections against surprise billing. This bill having referred to the Committee on Insurance, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
The gentleman from Gainesville, Chairman Hawkins, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I bring you House Bill 295. You know, it was a few years ago this body passed and the governor signed the Surprise Billing Patient Protection Act. Within that piece of legislation, arbitration was developed between the patient and between the provider and the insurer, which took the patient out of the dispute, which then eliminated those costly medical bills that would arrive 6 and 8 months later. The bill you have before you today, HB 295, was drafted at the request of the Department of Insurance to address some of the issues occurring in the administration of the Arbitration Act. This legislation primarily does 6 things. 1, it extends the response dates for the arbitration center sections from 30 to 60 days. It also addresses the failure of the insurer to designate whether the health care plans are subject to the ERISA jurisdiction. This is important because if it's an ERISA plan, then the arbitration goes to the federal side. If it's a non-ERISA, the arbitration stays in the state and is adjudicated by DOI. It also clarifies that insurer payments are made directly to the provider or facility within 15 working days when submitted electronically and 30 calendar days for paper claims. This is presently in Georgia Code already. It also addresses the issues of notification for complete payment. This is important because that is the trigger that starts the arbitration when the provider challenges the payment or the denial of procedure by the insurer. It also creates penalties for failure to respond to the DOI requests. This is for insurers and providers. And finally, it provides for DOI to develop future policies to ensure and improve the arbitration process. This legislation is a result of several meetings over the summer and fall, which represented there were insurers, providers, hospitals, and the Department of Insurance. And through thoughtful deliberation, all parties agreed to this carefully worded piece of legislation. This legislation is very important to strengthen the surprise billing and Patient Protection Act, and I ask for your support and vote on this bill. If there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well.
You have no questions, and the gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Chairman Collins rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that several years ago when I came into the House, there was a brilliant legislator from Columbus that started this and wanted to push to end surprise medical billing? Is that not true, Mr. Speaker?
He was from Columbus?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure the gentleman knows what he states. I'm sure that's true. Have all members voted? Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 165, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption to HB 362?
House Bill 362 by Representative Mathiak, the 74th, to be titled an act to amend Chapter 24, Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to insurance generally, so as to provide for a benefit provider to disclose certain payments to a treating health care provider. This bill having referred to the Committee on Insurance, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair Lady Mathiak is, she's recognized to present the bill. Chair Lady Mathiak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I bring you House Bill 362, and what this does is it provides that benefit providers shall provide to a treating provider upon written request an accounting of the payments for the health care provider's service. It provides for transparency. This bill is just simply allowing the provider and the doctor to know the amount that's been paid on their bill. So if they have a 1099 received at the end of the year, they can shore up their accounting system. I will stand for questions. Otherwise, I will yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
Lady has no questions.
Thank you, sir.
She has yielded the well. The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 164, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 144?
House Bill 144 by Representative Lewis Ward of the 115th to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 29422 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to decisions on wards, well-being, obligations of guardian, and liabilities of guardian. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Good afternoon, Representative. Is this, no, it's not your first bill. Oh, is it? Well, I'm excited to hear you introduce and present and tell us all about your bill. Representative Lewis Ward is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to bring you House Bill 144, titled the George L. Burgess Act. In the current code, it's spelled out that a ward under, an adult ward under guardianship is able to communicate freely and privately with anyone other than the guardian. And the current code also lists the obligations and requirements of the guardian. This bill, HB 144, simply provides ways for the ward to communicate, and it also provides for penalties if the guardian fails to violate any of the obligations. And this concern was brought to me by my constituent who's here today with us, Ms. Stewart, because her brother was gravely ill, and the family his guardian blocked the family from communicating with the family. And George L. Burgess passed away this Christmas Eve. Thank you for everyone who helped me work on this bill to get it this far, and also thank you to all the co-signers. With that, Mr. Speaker, that concludes my presentation, and I'll stand for any questions.
Well, I appreciate you standing for questions because you do have some. But you did do a good job in telling us about the bill, so that's good. But let's see. Chair Lady Camp, to your left, Representative has a question. Chair Lady Camp recognized.
Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Isn't it true that you and I worked very diligently to perfect the language of this bill to make sure that the intent that if someone, before they became a ward for a number of reasons, had a relationship with someone, that they would be able to communicate with that person without anyone stopping that communication throughout the course of their life?
Yes, we did, and I do appreciate your help.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this measure. This will protect many of our older adults.
Thank you.
The gentlelady yield?
I do.
Well, let's see. I know this is, I'm going to choose. Representative James Beverly, the minority leader of this House, has a question right directly in front of you. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a great bill, but the whip and I are having a conversation, sidebar conversation. Isn't it true that I am your favorite leader in this Georgia House caucus?
The gentleman knows what he speaks.
Thank you very much. Good bill, do pass. Thank you.
Was there some confusion there? I'm not. It's all good now, though, I think. All good now. Let's see. To your extreme left, Representative Mary Margaret Oliver has a question.
This is Lady Lee.
Me too.
Thank you. I want to congratulate you on the way you've collaboratively handled, which is a pretty complex issue, but also relates to disputes in a lot of families and very needed guidance from this body to our courts for folks that have had a lot of their civil rights taken away from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Representative Al Williams is recognized for a question. The lady will take his question.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Thank you for this bill. I've personally seen some terrible situations that this bill hopefully will certainly help. And I was really excited until I heard how you were kind of blatant with the leader. I just got mad. You knew you were not telling the truth, but I understand. But thank you, and you did an excellent job.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, I will
Yeah,
yield the
there
round.
is one more or two. You're in too big a hurry. You're having fun down there, aren't you? I'm sure you are. Representative McLean, to your left in the back, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my former seatmate yield?
I do.
Well, thank you very much. I enjoyed the bill, and I just want you to know that on line 10, I didn't, as I was seeing the form of communication, I didn't see pager. I didn't know if you wanted to be by pager or Zoom or any virtual platform.
Representative, you don't have to answer every question they give you here. I don't know how to answer part of them.
I just, I didn't know if that was outlawed in your legislation. If someone wanted to page someone,
We can talk later.
You just look at me when you don't want to answer them.
Thanks for the bill. It's a great bill. Thank you.
Representative Lewis Ward, you can just look at me when you don't want to answer them, and I'll take care of them. You got it. You've got two more, and I promise. And these are two really good questions. It's a serious subject. Representative Dale Washburn is recognized for a question. Way to your left, over to your left, in the back, kind of to the ante room. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield for a question? This is actually a follow-up question to Leader Beverly's question. Is it not true that the gentlelady thinks quickly on her feet while in the well and gives excellent answers?
The gentleman knows what he speaks.
Now, I know you want to take this one. This will be your last question, I promise. Representative Karen Bennett is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Is it not true that you have one of the best mentors ever known to this House of Representatives? Is it not true?
That is true.
May you yield again? Is it
Yes.
also true that you have a heart for this type of service and that you have worked with families and children for a greater part of your career? And this is an excellent bill. Is it not true?
Thank you. The lady knows what she speaks. Thank you. Mr. Speaker,
The
with
lady, I have a question, if you'll yield. I just wanted to clarify this. Is Representative Al Williams your mentor? The lady has no further questions.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the well, and I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Excellent job. The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Moore rise?
I stood up this time. Parliamentary inquiry, please.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I am the guardian to my deceased sister's 4 children after she passed from cancer? And though I am their only relative at this moment, I agree with this bill 100%. They do have rights as children and as wards of me and as their only guardian and relative.
I'm sure if the lady knows of what she speaks. Sorry your sister is gone, but those children are blessed to have you to take care of
Well,
them.
F cancer.
Have all members voted? Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 167, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption to House Bill 453, 453?
House Bill 453 by Representative Hilton of the 48th, being titled an act to amend Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to health, so as to repeal the requirement that every ambulance service pay an annual license fee. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Public Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
We're on a roll here. You've been here before. I kind of remember you when you were here before. Kinda. But this is your first bill back. Oh, yeah. I'll answer for you. Chair recognizes Representative Scott Hilton to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may have snuck a few in yesterday while Madam Speaker was presiding.
My mistake.
You're all good.
Gentlemen, how did that go yesterday for you? I missed that. I have to look at the tape. Was it pretty good?
Smooth.
Oh, go ahead.
Like silk.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen. House Bill 453 is a small business bill that eliminates an annual license fee paid by all ambulance services here in Georgia. The annual fee they pay is $2,500 per company, $1,400 per ambulance. For nearly 20 years, this program was designed to work as a provider fee similar to hospitals and nursing homes, where ambulance services would receive matching funds in the form of additional Medicaid reimbursement. The unfortunate reality is this hasn't taken place, and so we are asking this body to eliminate the fee moving forward. I should mention, as we recognized earlier today, today is EMS Day at the Capitol, and I can't think of any better way to recognize such valuable services in our community than passing this legislation. I'll tell you, all industries in Georgia are facing a workforce shortage right now, and passing this bill will provide valuable funds back to our small businesses to better serve our communities and keep a safer, healthier Georgia. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield for questions.
You do have a question. Representative Al Williams is on a roll also. He has a question.
Uh-oh.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I understand the reasoning, and it's reasonable. But will any of these, if we cut the fees out, will any of it be reflected with at least a token show of reduction in ambulance bills?
I think we had I want to say we had a surprise billing bill earlier, and I hope that begins to do that. You'll need to talk to my colleague to my left on how he can reduce those fees for us.
All right, sir, but thank you. I can tell you've been here before with your answer, but I'll wait.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
Now the gentleman has yielded the well. The chair wanted to make sure y'all were all paying attention and realized that we had moved on to the House supplemental calendar. I'm sure y'all all knew that, and we'll continue moving forward. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Seabaugh rise?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Rule 133, I ask to be excused from the vote.
The gentleman has the right, and the journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. The yeas were 166. The nays, 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Congratulations. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to House Bill 348.
House Bill 348 by Representative Collins, the 71st being titled an act to amend Chapter 14 and Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating the use of speed detection devices and red light cameras, so as to provide for standards for sign warnings of the use of automated traffic enforcement safety devices. This bill having referred to the Committee on Motor Vehicles, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Collins is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 348 has been a work in progress for quite some time, ladies and gentlemen. This deals with the automatic traffic enforcement devices, what I would refer to as the school camera bill, or devices that capture someone who exceeds the speed limit in a school zone. It's a good program that I really feel like we need to keep in place, because we need to make sure and protect our school zones from speeders during the appropriate times. One of the things that we're addressing in this piece of legislation currently right now, we have a lot of districts that are running these devices all through the day, and we want to bring some guardrails in place. This legislation, if you pass it today, ladies and gentlemen, it'll only allow these school zones to be enforced with this traffic device for 30 minutes before the bell rings in the morning, 30 minutes after the bell rings in the morning, so there's an hour in the morning, there's an hour in the afternoon, 30 minutes before dismissal, 30 minutes after school has been dismissed. So there's 2 hours a day. Also, we're providing some more transparency in this piece of legislation. Before these cameras can operate and be enforced, you have to have the lights flashing, have to have the yellow lights flashing. There has to be a warning sign notifying those folks that they're coming into that area. So it's not something that's going to be used and abused throughout the day. It's going to be specifically timed to be used in operation. Now, for some of you back home who have a school like in my district, I have a campus that is bisected by a city street. And I have a carve out in here. If you have a campus that's bisected by a city or county street, and you have students and faculty that are going to be going across that street during the hours of school, you can run these cameras during that time. But again, they have to be yellow lights flashing. There has to be signage that warns you of that. The other piece of the legislation I think is very important is we have had an outcry, I know many of you have, from a lot of folks who have purchased cars where the previous owner did not pay the civil monetary penalty. And there was a lien on the title. So the folks that bought the car, or you traded a car to a dealer and didn't clean up these fees, the person who bought the car had to do that. I spoke with a gentleman this morning down in South Georgia who told me he spent $30,000 of his money from an auction house clearing up titles on cars that came through his auction house. So this cleans up a tremendous piece of tremendous loophole that we're going to be able to go back home and say that we fixed. The other thing that this does, it also caps those fees associated with those civil monetary penalties at $25. My good friend Jason Ridley had a piece of legislation earlier in the week that tightens down on that, but this also does the same thing. It caps those administrative fees, processing fees at $25. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I will be glad to answer any questions. It's a good piece of legislation. It's been thought through, vetted through committee a couple of times, and I think it's good public policy that we can all go home and be proud that we fixed something that needed to be fixed.
Gentleman yield for a question.
Yes, sir.
To your left, Chairman Parsons has a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that I've just gone through the bill here? I had not read it before now, and I'm in complete agreement with you as far as the school zones and the time period that it could be in effect. I think, 30 minutes before and 30
That's
minutes
right.
after?
Yes, sir.
Right. And I've looked through, and based on what I just read and what you have presented, there are no other changes regarding the school bus stop arm camera other than what you have presented just now. Is that true?
Right. I meant to mention that too. Thank you for bringing that up. In Section 10 of the bill, we're just codifying there also if you do not pay that civil monetary penalty for overtaking a school bus, your registration cannot be renewed, and there's no lien on the title. So we're making those both the same.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Representative Buckner, to your left, has a question. The lady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am. To my friend, I do.
I heard you say that when someone went to purchase a car, that if someone owed back for tickets and things, that the dealer had to pay that big bill.
Yes, ma'am.
When he at the auction house. So how is that going to be resolved in the future with this bill? I'm having trouble finding that.
Well, what's going to happen is if you have a civil monetary penalty that's issued and you have a hold on your registration, meaning you cannot renew your registration if you have not cleaned that up. So, the thought behind that was if someone trades that vehicle, that person that obtained that car, whether it's an auction house or an individual, they're not responsible for that.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So does that mean that the locals don't get those fines, and it gets cleaned up that way, or they fine the person?
Well, unfortunately, it's been my experience looking at this. Most people don't trade cars on a regular basis, so that's going to be the way that we enforce this. I guess I want to say that if someone doesn't pay this, then it basically just drops off of that registration.
Okay. Thank you.
It's not a perfect fix, but it's a fix.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just didn't understand.
Gentleman, yield for one more question.
One more question, and then I know the day is getting late, and this is...
Representative Al Williams is recognized for a question.
Gentleman yield.
To my friend, yes, sir.
Is it not true that I'm holding a picture that my wife sent me? She can get a little heavy-footed, but she got this speeding. Cost me $100, and it's 11:34 in the morning in a school zone. So if this passes, can I get $75 of that money back?
There's nothing in the bill in here that's retroactive, but we can always come back next year and look at something. Mr. Speaker, that's all I have about this bill. I would ask for this body's favorable consideration and thank the members who have given me positive input in making this bill what it is. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 168, the nays are 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 404?
House Bill 404 by Representative Carpenter the Fourth and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 and Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to landlord and tenant so as to provide for a duty of habitability for certain rental agreements, to provide for an exception to such duty, and to provide for an exception to the landlord tort liability. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Casey Carpenter is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I come before you to present House Bill 404. The Safe at Home Act is a measured step to ensure that tenants across Georgia have certain rights written into Georgia Code for the first time. Before I go into this bill, I want to explain a little bit about my childhood growing up in Whitfield County. My family moved 16 times in 18 years. We owned sometimes, we rented it, but we rented a lot. When I was 17, we spent a 3-month period around Christmas without heat. So I understand the issues that tenants face, but I also understand the issues that landlords face. This bill seeks to balance the interest of both, while admitting that livability is a foundational piece of a tenant-landlord relationship. House Bill 404 creates a warranty of habitability for the first time in Georgia Code. It makes it clear that when a lease is signed, the housing must be fit for human habitation, and it must be maintained throughout that lease. House Bill 404 also provides the right to cure to tenants across Georgia. This provision will provide tenants with a 3 business day chance to pay their rent. While I feel that most landlords provide a grace period now, this would ensure that individuals are given some time to rectify and find necessary funds to pay their rent. It would also require that such notice be tacked to the door and delivered by any agreed upon manner in the rental agreement. House Bill 404 also caps security deposits in the state of Georgia. For the first time across the state of Georgia, we have a cap of 2 months in this legislation. We all want to see that the families have the financial ability to move into safe and stable housing. My hope is that the horrific stories of school children living at extended stays for years on end will be remedied by this cap. Finally, House Bill 404 seeks to ensure that when a tenant is going through the eviction process, the air conditioning cannot be turned off. This bill is an important piece of legislation to begin a conversation about what rights we believe Georgia's tenants have. Obviously, we all understand that stable and safe housing is paramount for the children of our great state. I think it's also important to understand that not all landlords are bad. Many, in fact, go above and beyond the measures that were addressed in this bill. But my hope, and hopefully your hope, is to address the bad actors that give landlords a bad name and the bad actors that prey upon the least in our state. I look forward to your support on this bill, and I will be glad to take any questions.
Gentleman yields for a question. Representative Hughley, to your left, has a question. Representative Hughley is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for this important legislation. In your evaluation of this problem, did you all address when there's a dispossessory eliminating the possibility that landlords just put people's stuff out all over the front yard, causing harm and distress to other people who live in those neighborhoods?
I mean, I think that's already addressed in code, but this bill did not address that, no, ma'am.
Gentleman, further yield?
Yes, sir.
Representative Okoye is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
All right. Is the cap on the deposit 2 months or 3 months?
2 months. It was, the original legislation was 3. Through the process of the judiciary, through multiple hours in the judiciary committee, we changed it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Maynor has a question, if you'll yield. Representative Maynor, to your right, is
Just
recognized.
real quick, Speaker, you notice that I know where everybody sits. When you sit in the back, you see where everybody's at. So I don't have to look for you. I know where you're at.
Well, I was wondering if you were paying attention to what we do in this house.
Barely, just
I see
barely.
What you do.
Every now and then when it's convenient.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
I have a few questions for my friend, and I want to just make sure I'm reading this correctly. So
Absolutely.
if someone does not pay their rent within 3 days, they can go to court, and the process, they will be evicted instead of immediately. Is that what it's saying?
That's correct. Basically, it's 3 business days, right? So you have 3 business days. Once you've been notified, hey, you didn't pay your rent, which you should probably already know, but anyway, once you've been notified that your rent was due and it wasn't paid, it provides you with a 3 business day grace period before that process can begin.
And what was the number before?
0.
0 days.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. So this is the first time in Georgia code that you've established this grace period.
So right now, does the gentleman further yield?
Absolutely, yep.
So before, landlords were giving grace periods, being nice.
Yeah, some landlords gave grace periods, and that would still remain, right? This doesn't eliminate the landlord's ability to provide grace periods. This just says that in the state of Georgia, we're going to require you to at least provide a 3 business day grace period, if you will.
Thank you. And does the gentleman yield for one more question?
Yes, ma'am.
So right now, I love that you have in here that the landlords must keep the premises up to date or in good repair. What does the bill do for the landlords that do not do that?
That would be a breach of the contract and would provide the tenant with the ability to exit the lease.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Prince is recognized for a question.
Go right to left. Go
Does
ahead,
the
my
gentleman
friend.
yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that this grace period that you spoke of will not affect late fees for the renter of this property?
That's correct. It doesn't address the fees. Obviously, when your rent's late, but it does just say, look, give these folks three business days to help before the process begins of eviction. Because once that process begins, it's hard to get that, it's hard to remedy. And it's really a scarlet letter moving forward as you try to rent other housing.
Representative Fry, right in front of you, to your left.
Do Republicans have any questions? No, I'm just kidding. Hey, Mr. Fry, good to see you, Spencer. Hey, this is kind of one-sided here.
Representative Fry is
I'm kind
recognized.
of feeling like I'm under attack there. Go ahead, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Just to clarify, you said that, is there a clause in there that talks about not turning the heat off?
Yeah, all that's already in code. So,
Okay.
so the cooling piece was a clarification. Many felt that was already the case, but we felt it was important to solidify that.
Okay, is the gentleman further?
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank y'all and thank the Speaker for bringing this legislation. There's a lot more work. Isn't it true that there's a lot more work that we need to be doing to protect our tenants from out-of-state predatory landlords? And thank you very much.
Like most items, there's always more we can do.
Where your wish will be fulfilled here. Chairman Saines, to your left, has a question.
Yes, sir. Headed down to the coast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad I qualify for his request. Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Is it not true that I'd be hard-pressed to find a member of this House who shows more care and compassion throughout his day than the gentleman at the well, and that this bill accurately reflects that to the housing needs of Georgians all across this state?
I appreciate that. I guess you can agree with a compliment. Thank you, sir.
Representative Roberts is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that I do believe these are steps in the right direction, and I appreciate the bill, but you did also agree to change it to conditioned air instead of cooling, because that would be venting.
And I will work on that. I understand
All right,
that.
just want to make sure I got you on the
Absolutely.
record.
Yeah,
Thank you so
know,
much.
We get in a hurry. Thank you.
Love it when we work together. Chair recognizes Representative Olalier for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Representative, appreciate all of your work and leadership in pushing this forward. We've talked about some of the imperfections. I wanted to ask you, could you speak further to the definition of habitability? I know that you put in some hard work to make that clear, but could you speak a little bit to the definition?
So we wanted to leave it open to the judges at this point. We were afraid if we started getting into specifics, then we'd run in and actually derail the bill. And so we felt like it was important to leave that open so that it would allow the judges to make those decisions.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative McCullum in the left in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for this bill. I have you beat. I moved about 22 times growing up around in my county, and we were always moving around a lot. So I want to thank you for this. I'm also in the rental business, but I don't have houses like this and give people, leeway. So thank you again for this bill.
Yes, sir. Appreciate what you do.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you've done a great job of explaining the bill. You have no further questions.
Thank you. Then I yield the well, and I look forward to your favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Now we have a member who signed up to speak. Representative Yasmin Neal is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I rise today in support of House Bill 404. Landlords are valuable. Tenants are valuable. Tenants are not an inferior class. They deserve the same respect of decent living conditions like everyone else. A while ago, I made a promise. I promised the citizens of my district, a district that has a high rental rate like many others of well over 60%, that I would help be a part of the solution. Along the way, with the support of people inside of these walls and outside, and the continued collaborative effort we have all had, constant efforts, conversations, and bills drafted to come to a solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman Carpenter, for the collaborative effort, and thank you for hearing the concerns of so many in this body looking for a solution to tenant rights and landlord rights. From citizens who have been forced to stay in terrible living conditions in their rental homes to landlords needing their voices heard as well, this bill is the first step in the right direction when it comes to improving the quality of life for Georgians across this great state. So, Mr. Speaker, Chairman Carpenter, thank you for your leadership on this issue, and it is my honor to be a co-signer to this bill as well. So, colleagues, join me in support of House Bill 404, the Safe Home Act. I yield the well.
Thank you, Representative Neal. I certainly appreciate this conversation that we've had, this work on important policy to Georgians. I know every member of this House has studied this issue very thoroughly. We appreciate your attention to the issue. We appreciate all the input that has come to us on this issue from lots of different folks, so we can deal with the facts. With that, is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 168, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Good work, Georgia House. Thank you, members. Congratulations, Chairman Carpenter, and all those that assisted in perfecting this language. Thank you all. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 520.
House Bill 520 by Representative Jones, the 25th, to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 3, Title 80 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to housing authorities generally, so as to revise provisions relating to tenant selection, to amend Part 2 of Article 6 of Chapter 7 of Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to demurrers, motions, and special pleas and exceptions relative to insanity and mental incompetency. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Public Health. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Chair recognizes Chairman Todd Jones to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I want to talk to you today about aspirational thinking and about where and why not only did we think about running for office, but why we did and why we sit here today. Why it is we convene, why it is that we talk policy, and why it is that we have discourse and also agreement. We think about the 10.7 million citizens that are within the state of Georgia, and we think about what is the best path for us to be able to assist them. We know a fundamental fact about this state, and that's 80% of every Georgia family is impacted by either mental health or substance abuse. Every day, each of us is getting phone calls. Every day, each of us is getting emails. And every day, each of us are getting requests from constituents asking us, what can I do? I don't know where to put my son. I don't know how to help my daughter, and I don't know how to make sure my cousin is accounted for. There's no place for me to put them. My son's been in rehab 3 times. My daughter's been there too. These are the things that we hear as representatives, and I know that our friends across the 3rd floor hear the same thing. Every day when we come here for the 40 days, and I hope the 9 months that we sit aside and think to ourselves, what's the best thing that we can do for the state of Georgia? We know that 80% of the families in this state are struggling. They need a place to turn. They need to know that we're there for them. So we put ourselves into the public arena. President Teddy Roosevelt told us about that. He said it's better to get into the arena. It is better to toil. It is better to fight. It is better to have the conversations that are needed in order to be successful. It's better to sweat, bleed, toil, and get to where it is that we need to get to. And whether or not you won or lost, the fact is, we got on the field. To not get on the field is the absolutely worst thing we can do. So the question becomes is, do we let the perfect be the enemy of the good? 1013 got us halfway there. It's like building the pyramids. We got a foundation. 520 gets us a little further. We got to Everest, the first base camp. Let's get closer to the second base camp. And that's what 520 does. 520 gives us the opportunity to look at things that we didn't have the opportunity to before 1013. It sounds simple. We need a bed study. Who thinks we need a bed study? Why would you think in 159 counties with 10.7 million people we need to study beds? But we do. We don't know the type of beds we have. We don't know the workforce that aligns to that bed. We don't know the rates. We don't know the conditions. We don't know things, and we need to know that, and Section 6 does that for us. We have to take care of all Georgians that come into our stead. There is data that exists across all of our agencies, the entire alphabet soup. But the question becomes is, data sitting idle is data that does not help us. We need to look at that data. We need to understand the analytics it can give us, the predictive analytics, but most importantly, the care. A child within DFACS is not a child that basically has the ability to go out to the doctor and find out, can I get all your records? DFACS is the last point. Mom and dad aren't there, grandma and grandpa, aunt and uncle, and all the cousins aren't there for that child. So the question becomes is, where does DFACS turn? How do they get the records that they need? We can't have the agencies basically getting into a squabble in terms of whose data it is, who should get it, who should see it. Absolutely not. And this bill will absolutely ensure that that data is catered to, so little Johnny or little Sally is going to be able to be taken care of by DFACS within our state. It is super critical that we understand a very small population within this state. You will hear the phrase familiar faces 100 times. These familiar faces are absolutely critical to us getting mental health and substance abuse under control in this state. I can't give you exact numbers, but they probably make up 0.1% of that population, but they probably take 50% of the resources of this state. So the question becomes is, do we let it just keep going? Do we kick it down the street? Or do we say, no, we're going to do a study? That's it. A study. We're going to try and understand how all these agencies, how healthcare, the Department of Corrections, law enforcement can work together, can come together and know that we're going to have the ability to understand this population better than we ever have known this population, and what can we do to help them. So yes, in this bill, we ask the agencies, we ask the DOC, we ask law enforcement, we ask healthcare, we ask a series of different departments to come together and say, what's the definition and what could be some of the pathways to help the familiar faces? Because ultimately, when President Roosevelt asked us, do you want to get into the arena? Will you get into the arena? The question becomes is, I know so many of you so well. I know me, and I think you're like me. I'd rather be on the field and lose than win by forfeit. So to me, I hope that you can have a favorable consideration of this bill. But most importantly, I hope you know that getting onto the field today means we got into the arena. We got into the arena to fight, and we got into the arena to be able to make sure that we perfect this. Not just for the people in this chamber and the families that touch us every day. Not just for our constituents and the Senate's constituents and the governors. But rather to make sure that today and tomorrow Georgia is taken care of. to make sure that the foundation that we're going to create with 520, getting us up just a little bit further up the pyramid, is going to be there for each and every one that comes through Georgia today and tomorrow. Colleagues, I ask you for your favorable consideration of this bill, and I'll yield the well to Mary Margaret Oliver.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Mary Margaret Oliver is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Chairman Jones brings a lot of passion to this issue, and I'm grateful for that passion. I'm also grateful for all of the other contributors that have come forward really in the last 2 years to make Georgia move forward, to allow Georgia to move forward, to serve the families who face the crisis of mental illness every day. I think it'll be helpful, I hope it'll be helpful to those who are new here, but also to those who participated with us last year in 1013 to do a very short review of the progress we made. As you know, about 2 years ago, the Behavioral Health Commission, chaired by Kevin Tanner, began an intensive through subcommittee action to develop a legislative proposal for your consideration in 2022. And ultimately, 1013 passed in 2022 unanimously, bipartisan, obviously, by both chambers. Speaker Ralston's leadership was critical. Let me say that again. Speaker Ralston's leadership was critical. And Speaker Burns has stepped forward in a very strong way, in a way that's been enormously encouraging, again in a bipartisan way, to bring additional reforms and additional helps to the families of Georgia. In 1013, you called for the appropriation of grants for assisted outpatient treatment for that population that circles between the ER, the jail, and the street. Those guys across the street from our chamber right now are part of that intensive population. 5 assisted outpatient treatment programs have been funded across the state, all of which have been in rural areas. Your support in 1013 for co-responder programs, which allows mental health professionals to go out with law enforcement, has grown from about 15 teams to 49 teams, funded again through 1013. You know, Justice Boggs, Chief Justice Michael Boggs of the Georgia Supreme Court, has become a national leader on the issue of this jail, criminal justice reform, jail, homeless, ER population. And a number of the matters that we are talking about in 520 today are contributions he has made based on grants he has brought to Georgia based on this leadership. If you look at a number of different proposals to do a study, to do an analysis, and to report by December 1st, all of that relates to accountability. It relates to accountability from our state agencies. And in every case where we've asked for these reports and this work, we have gotten cooperation from state agencies. I want to applaud those agencies for working with advocates and working with the commission to come forward and say, we need this work effort. We will be accountable. And because it is in this statute, we will be able to receive grants, again, national grants, and funding and give to you a good product to take the next step. For instance, in 1013, we funded a study of transportation. We've heard so much from the sheriffs about the difficulty of transporting mentally ill folks in and around these emergency crisis situations. Based on that report that came forward, Commissioner Tanner is implementing a pilot program in Southwest Georgia because that is an area where they need the most. Based on 1013, we reported on for the first time, although we had statutorily called for it several times, a prescription formulary that now gives us the opportunity to understand in our procurement contracts how families can be treated. We represent to you a report of progress based on 1013, and 520 is the next step. Through the study subcommittee process of the Behavioral Health Commission, all of the meetings from this summer and all the reports are available to you online. we come to the realization that I think everyone in this body knows that workforce is our biggest challenge. In 520, Section 3, beginning on page 8, we talk about the staffing level analysis that must be conducted in relation to the salaries we are paying our mental health service delivery folks. It's about 20% vacancy rate right now across the state. Along with that staffing level, we also have an appropriations process going forward that tells us about the Medicaid reimbursement rates that we are analyzing that will be a part of the steps forward. On Section 12, we're asking the Governor's Health Strategy Commission, headed by Grant Thomas, to take the 25 to 35 different specific recommendations our Workforce Study Committee made for licensing board reforms and make an analysis by December as to what statutory changes we must make to make our licensing board more friendly, more modern, and more workable for the mental health professionals across the state. That's Section 12 on page 20. Section 14 on page 22 offers to nurses and other mental health professionals the same opportunity that's provided for doctors across the state and 13 other healthcare providers to put forward with them an alternative disciplinary process. If a professional, a license holder, has found himself or herself in trouble, perhaps by substance abuse or perhaps by depression, they can voluntarily enter into an alternative disciplinary program to protect their license, keep them working and serving Georgians, but also pay for, they will pay for it, the monitoring of their treatment process. This has been enormously successful in the doctor community, and I believe it will extend the professional lives of many other professionals like nurses and clinical social workers. We also, in Section 19 on page 38, are expanding the loan forgiveness program for mental health professionals who are serving Georgia citizens today. Last year in 1013, we created an educational loan forgiveness program for students, and this year we're extending it to professionals. 1013 has been a success for folks in your district, I believe, and I hope that you will join with us in making the promises of 1013 accountable. But 520 is essential for us to move forward for the additional services and additional accountability the taxpayers of Georgia expect us to apply when we're delivering service to families in crisis. I am very grateful for all of your contributions. We've made many changes to this bill and will continue to listen to you and understand what your priorities are, and I thank you for the opportunity to do this work. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to answer questions, and Mr. Chairman Jones, I'm sure will be willing to do so also.
Well, we'll allow you two to work together to answer any questions. We do have one question, a couple of questions at this point. Chair recognizes Representative Kennard for a question to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentle lady and gentleman yield? Yes. Isn't it true that most who abuse substances of drugs and alcohol are doing so because there's an underlying mental health condition that's untreated, and therefore substance use is not really a criminal issue, it's a health issue? And isn't it further true that a lot of people, thousands in our correctional system, are not inherently wrongdoers, they are simply ill?
I want to recognize another area where Georgia's, yes, is the answer to your question, another area where Georgia is a leader in peer specialists, and this bill addresses specifically the greater participation in peer specialists in our leading our changes. The co-diagnosis of mental illness and substance abuse is a real issue for the gentleman outside on the street and in our jails and in our ERs.
And Representative, I'm just going to add to Representative Oliver's comments. Based on data, we know circa 80 to 85% is due to that in terms of dual diagnosis, mental health being the underlying issue in terms of self-medicating, in terms of what we see from them. So I would concur in terms of that. And then I think also the data shows us in all 50 states, unfortunately, the DOC, or I'll say the criminal justice system, has become the biggest provider of either substance abuse or mental health services. So thank you.
Will you yield for one more question, please? Isn't it true that I am and we are eternally grateful for your work on this issue, and it's an honor to serve with you in this chamber.
Thank you.
Representative Byrd is recognized for a question straight in front of you.
Thank you very much. Do you yield?
Yeah.
Is it not true you just stated 80% of Georgian families have mental illness?
No, ma'am. Representative Byrd, what I said was approximately 80% of the families in Georgia face a mental health or a substance abuse problem.
So that would mean 80% of Georgians. No?
Well, 80% of the Georgia families have either a mental health or a substance abuse issue, yes.
So should all of them be beholden to DFACS?
Representative Byrd, I was using the DFACS as an example. What I was trying to get at was we have a myriad of data and a volume of data within the, I'll just say, number of alphabet soup agencies, and what we're trying to do is make it where we have that data sharing that allows us to be better customer service and better service to our constituents. That was an example to be able to provide you where the rubber would meet the road in terms of that application, and I use DFACS as an example, but I'm happy to give you a DCH, a DBHDD example. There's several other examples that I could provide offline.
And do you further yield?
Yes.
Regarding loan forgiveness, this body normally would say, Bernie Sanders would call this socialist when we wanted to give away student loans, but yet we are doing this in the state of Georgia. Thank you.
Is that a question, ma'am?
You have another question. Let's see. Representative Maynard is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the great two legislators yield for a question?
Yes.
Okay, these are easy questions. I appreciate the bill, and this is really so I can go back to the people that also support mental health. I can answer those questions for them. So under each different section, when it's listing different professions, so for example, 572 through 579, it basically says that we're going to practice HIPAA. And then in 582, 585, it says we won't hold these individuals liable, but since it does say on 584, if performed in accordance, is that basically saying that this statute says we must practice these HIPAA guidelines, and if someone does not practice the HIPAA guidelines, they then in turn would have given up their immunity to liability?
I think you're talking about the alternative disciplinary process in section 14 and 15, am I correct?
Yes.
Those sections mirror exactly the alternative disciplinary process that's set forth in for doctors and 13 other professionals. And the immunity deals there with exactly what tracks the federal HIPAA language. I think that every time we've talked about data sharing in this bill and other bills, we always cite specifically the paramount authority requirements of HIPAA and the Code of Federal Regulations. So I don't think there's an inconsistency in the way we've set it out.
Okay, so just for clarity, I'm agreeing with you, but I just want to make sure I'm reading it right. So line 584, if you further yield, it says if performed in accordance. So if they don't perform it in accordance, then they will be liable for giving out people's information when they should not have been.
I think that we are required to follow federal law in relation to privacy as defined by HIPAA. There's a lot of case law in that, and there's an emerging Code of Federal Regulations, and we are required to follow it. And if we don't, we're in violation of the federal law.
Thank you. Line 680, if you further yield, if that's okay, Mr. Speaker.
One more.
And so since we are doing these pilot programs, I'm assuming that's why pilot study programs. That's why we're instituting the Institutional Review Board. Are we instituting them because they're research subjects and we need to do that to apply for the federal funding?
This is section 16 in terms of, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I think you're still in the alternative disciplinary section, am I correct? And that's the specific section for nurses. And I think there is some federal research that goes on about how you help people keep their license and keep working for Georgia citizens.
It's section 16.
16, yes, about the alternative disciplinary process for nurses.
Thank you.
Chair Lady Cooper is recognized for a question all the way in the back to your on the right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the presenters yield for a question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is it not true that unlike the proposed plan for loan forgiveness in Washington, that is a blanket plan and doesn't look into what the student was majoring in or where they live? Our plan is very specific to areas that have no one to treat our mentally ill, and that it is very specific to people that are majoring in fields such as psychology or social workers that would be of great value to helping us meet that major lacking need of professionals that we need to treat the mentally ill in much of our rural areas all over the state of Georgia.
Chairwoman Cooper, I think you're spot on. I think one of the things that we need to remember is this. For those of us who, I'll say, are fortunate enough to live possibly in Forsyth County or Cherokee County or other places like that where I'll say professionals are abundant, this is something that is not nearly acute as it is in Lanier County and Eccles County and Ware County. So the fact of the matter is this program is nowhere near as broad as something that we would see coming out of DC, but rather a strategic hit in terms of making sure the roles that we need in order to apply to the places that we need it the most to hit the underserved so that we are putting those proper investments in. This body has absolutely done that with Mercer. It's done it with Augusta in terms of the MDs. We have seen the way that we have been able to hopefully shift our resource and shift our priority so that we are able to put more, I'll say, resources, more capabilities into the areas that need it most. Your birthright within this state, where you live and where you were born, should not define whether or not you get proper health care. And health care is physical and mental and substance abuse. So we need to be able to attack those and attack those strategically.
Representative Roman is recognized for a question on the center aisle on the left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentle lady and gentleman yield for a question? Thank you. Is it not true that our EMS personnel are called to help someone with mental health concerns much too often, putting a massive strain on an already overstrained system, and that this bill could help with that?
The law enforcement folks I talked to, I asked them what percentage of your 911 calls coming from a family crisis or mental health issue, and they tell me between 20 and 40%. And they have found enormous savings in sending mental health professionals out. It's also safer. It's safer for law enforcement, it's safer for the patient, it's safer for the EMS to have someone with that expertise on a family and psychiatric crisis.
If I could just add to that, one of the things that Representative Oliver and I have learned over the course of this time is that we've also seen the decriminalization of effectively mental health and substance abuse. So by having those type of professionals go out, they are being effectively taken to a medical facility as opposed to a jail first. And we saw, for instance, in a pilot in Forsyth County, Georgia, we saw arrests go down by 96% for this population. I think it's important that we understand that that's important.
We have another question. We're going from a new member who had a great question to the dean of this house, Chairman Gerald Green, for a question. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the representatives in the well, I guess that's the way to approach that. I think, is it not true that Chairman Cooper has hit the nail with a hard hammer about Southwest Georgia? That the sheriffs of those areas were calling Representative Joe Campbell and myself one night about 11:30, 12 o'clock and saying, I don't want to put this person in jail, but we have no other place to put him. And that goes to the heart of this. And I want to thank y'all for the work that you have put forth, because we have a lot more. Is that not true?
Thank you, Dean.
Chairman Meeks is recognized for a question to your extreme right over here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do the presenters yield?
Yes.
Just wanted to follow up. Representative Jones, or Chairman Jones, and I have had a conversation about Section 1 of a original version of the bill that is no longer in this version of the bill, but would ask you to address that on incompetency quickly, please. Thank you.
Chairman Meeks, thank you so much. There has been a significant amount of confusion amongst our collective constituents about, I'll say, today's version of the bill versus the original version of the bill. The original version of the bill had a Section 1 that dealt with a code section that is in law today. The challenge is it's 13 pages long, or was 13 pages long, and we needed to change about 10 words. But according to Legislative Counsel, we had to literally take out and then put back in simultaneously. So it seemed as if we were changing the definition of mental incompetency. It seemed as if we were changing the standards in terms of how long they could be held. We were changing the standards in terms of juveniles, adults, etc. In fact, that is not the case at all. The law as it stood on January 9th when we were sworn in to this august body was there, and that law will be there when we, quote, gavel out, sine die.
Representative Hutchinson is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do the presenters yield?
Yes.
Is it not true that for mental health professionals like me, when I go to hire for rural parts of Georgia, such as Banks, Stevens, White counties, that this loan forgiveness program will be tremendously helpful to attract talent to those areas?
Yes, thank you very much.
And thank you for this work. It's wonderful.
Representative Gamble is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. To the presenters in the well, do you yield?
Yes.
Isn't it true that House Bill 520 has the support of the Mental Health Policy Partnership, representing over 20 statewide community organizations, including the Georgia Council for Recovery, and the best wishes for a due pass come from the over 800,000 Georgians who are in recovery today?
That is true.
Representative Brad Thomas is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do y'all yield?
Yes.
One of the questions that I'm getting pretty consistently from back home is, does this create any type of additional tax burden for the taxpayer?
The short answer to that is no. No, there is no new tax burden on a taxpayer in any of the 20 sections.
If I may add, if we could save just 20% of the money we spend on multiple incarcerations, multiple ER visits, and multiple law enforcement interactions, we would be ahead of the game.
Thank you. I appreciate the response.
We have one more question, and I'm going to recognize Representative Wade for a question to your right in the rear.
Do the gentlelady and gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you both for bringing this bill. I know both of you and I have talked, and I want to find out, is it not true that Dawson County, my home community, we are blessed with many things, but one of the greatest struggles that we have, and where we rank first in this state, breaks my heart. Is that not true?
Absolutely, and you have shared that with me, and I share that breaking heart.
For the members in the House, that is the fact that my community has the highest rate of teenage suicide as it relates to our population. And this bill will allow, is it not true that this bill will help us address that scourge on my community and every community in the state that faces that atrocity?
That is an ultimate goal, yes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Do the representatives yield for one more question?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true, this comes from me, is it not true that the chair deems this issue so important that we've diverged from House rules a little bit and allowed both of you to answer these questions that are very complex Y'all have answered every one of them fully and in depth. This issue is so important to our state that the members of this House, this body, need to be fully informed. Y'all's work over the years is most greatly appreciated by me and many other Georgians. Now, we're going to vote this issue. You have no further questions. We appreciate your work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we yield the well.
The representatives have yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objections to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of this bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 163, the nays 3. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Members of the House, thank you for your vote. And I can assure you, if I can have your attention just for a second, I can assure you that Speaker David Ralston is smiling down on this body right now. Thank you for your courage. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 470?
House Bill 470 by Representative Cooper, the 45th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 12 of Title 24 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating medical and other confidential information so as to allow for voluntary open communications related to health care under the rules of evidence. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chair Lady Sharon Cooper to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this afternoon you're going to be voting on several other tort reform bills that are coming forward. And House Bill 470, known as the Georgia Candor Act, brings a little bit of a different approach to tort reform, but a part of those that are going to be presented today. We have a current system of shame and blame when there's been an adverse healthcare outcome, and that has led to deny, defend, delay, and litigation. Candor is a significant step in changing that culture to one of working together in a straightforward, honest, and transparent manner to help the patient find a timely and positive resolution for themselves. And since I'm talking about the fact of people working together, I want to thank the Georgia trial lawyers, Mr. Snipes and Jordan, I want to thank a group of citizens related and, part of the medical community that came together, and also the Hospital Association, that over the past 2.5 years, we have worked on this issue. So it's truly working together for the betterment of Georgia's. Let me tell you just a brief thing what happens in Candor if there is an adverse health care outcome. On a prompt matter, the hospital would notify, or the doctor, the patient and ask them if they wanted to participate in Candor. If they did, they would be strongly encouraged to get an attorney to represent them. The hospital or the doctors, they would have their attorney. They would meet together, and in a manner of transparency, the patient would get their records. If it was a doctor and had made a mistake, they would admit their mistake, and express their remorse for it happening. And believe it or not, most doctors, if they ever make a mistake or come close, really are truly remorseful, and it hangs over their head. And they would try to come to a resolution in a more timely manner. Litigation is extremely expensive, and it can take 3, 4, 5 years to come to a conclusion for a patient. What does the patient do during that time? And the litigation bills are extremely. And that causes many people who are harmed to be unable to resolve their problems, because what happened to them would never rise to where they would have enough money in recovery to make it worthwhile what it cost to bring their complaint to litigation. So when they do Candor, it is not in the court system. They meet together, they discuss what has happened, and they try to come to a resolution where a settlement can be offered. And they do it in a timely manner. There's 150 days? 150 days from the time the incident happened, or they should have known it happened and been heard, for them to enter into Candor. If they do that, then they try to come to a resolution in 60 days. Can you imagine coming to a positive solution and having a settlement in that short period of time? If it takes longer to get the hospital records, if the patient and the hospital or the patient and the doctor agree, that time can be extended. If it's a voluntary procedure, if the patient doesn't want to do it, they don't have to. If the hospital doesn't want to do it, they don't have to. If the doctor doesn't want to, it is strictly voluntary. But if they do enter into Candor, let's say they decide that they're not getting resolution, they can leave at any time and proceed with litigation. The doctor or the hospital can drop out. And what Candor does, if they do that, everything that has been said in Candor cannot be used in the court process. This is what Candor does. It will not work in every situation, but I can tell you one of the states that's had Candor working now for about a year and a half has done well over 100 cases where Candor was used, and all but 3 of them where they were resolved and came to a resolution, and the patient and issue was resolved, and only 3 went on to litigation. This is not a panacea. It's one tool in the toolbox to change our culture. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will answer a few questions. And I hope everybody will remember I'm not a lawyer, and I might have to have help from one of our lawyers in case you get real technical. Chuck?
The lady yield for a question.
If I need a lawyer, help me out.
Representative Becky Evans to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
The lady will yell.
Yes, okay, the lady will yell. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, what state was that? And is this a term, if we look up, like if we wanted to, search on Candor,
Yes, you can. You can look it
you
up.
would see other states where
Yes,
where this has been
you
done.
can.
And then what was the other state you were referring to? Just said
I was referring to Colorado.
Okay,
And I
thank
will
you.
tell you, it's in 3 states now that have passed it, since other states are considering it. Colorado and Iowa passed Candor with no dissenting votes. One of those states is Republican, the other one is Democrat, and they passed Candor with no dissenting votes for that election. It's coming together to help patients. It also helps our doctors. When we talk about trying to keep our doctors, nothing weighs more heavily on a doctor than to have the threat of a lawsuit hanging over their head. And it helps to lead to burnout. It's not the total cause, but they will tell you that it does add to their wish to quit and not practice as long. And certainly, patients that go, with something unresolved, I will tell you now, I still have feelings about Tom's death. I think there was a problem. I wasn't after money, but if we go through this and we look back, I have unresolved issues about what happened in his last hospital admission. And I'm a nurse, so I know a lot about it. And I would have appreciated being able to enter into a Candor discussion about what happened. And I think if you ask your friends and family, many of them will tell you that they have things happen to them that have been unresolved and that still concern them.
Lady, yield for another question.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Mark Newton, to your right, has a question.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will.
Is it not true that I have great respect and appreciation for your work on this, and the medical field in general really loves the idea of an alternative to the adversarial role that goes on for years, and that your work on this is going to make a great option against that adversarial policy to try to allow both patients and doctors to learn and to move on and make things safer for all?
Thank you. And that's one of the positive things about Candor. Doctors work in a system at hospitals, and it's not just about resolving for the patient, but that's first, and then the doctor. It's about changing the system so that the mistake is not made again. What if it's a patient was in surgery and they needed 1,000 cc of a certain fluid, and the nurse goes to where that's stored and picks up a 1,000 cc bottle, takes it back in, and hooks it up to the patient, and it's the wrong fluid. And this is a little far-fetched from that because, one with sugar and one with saline, probably not going to cause a problem. But let's say the patient had a real adverse reaction and they were harmed and it kept them from working for, and they were in the hospital 3 months or something like that. So they've been affected about it and they've lost thing. Finding a resolution for that patient, but also when that comes to light and people are honest about what happened, then they can go look at the system and say, that could happen again. We need to separate those bottles. And one needs to be on one side of the room and the others need to be on the other side. So it's much less likely that a nurse will ever pick up the wrong bottle again and have the same adverse reaction.
Thank you for this legislation. I look forward to supporting it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Lady, yield for a couple more.
Yes, sir.
Representative Sharper, to your left in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I will.
Is it true that I was on a committee where we heard from experts all across the country and got great information, and that I fully support this bill because I believe in what it's saying and what it can actually do for our citizens?
Thank you, Representative Sharper. I appreciate that. We did bring in experts. We brought in people that are working with Candor and trying to teach hospitals about it because it is a change and it will be an education process. But we also brought and had people testify who had lost. One lady lost a child, another family member. So thank you, Representative Sharper.
Lady has one more question, if she'll yield.
Yes, sir, I will.
Representative Reese from District 140, I think over in Columbus area, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the lady yield?
I will, for a very good new member of my committee.
Thank you.
Representative
Thank you,
Reese.
Madam Chair. Isn't it true that this bill isn't a fly-by-night bill, that it was some hard work and collaboration between the legal entity and the medical entity to pull together to a compromise that work for all people, and is going to make this a solid bill, not only for the legal field, but for the medical field. And as a practicing attorney, I support this bill.
Thank you, sir. That is true. It was a collaboration between all three groups.
The lady has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the members for their positive vote on this, and I will yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. We have no speakers. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 163, the nays are 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 530, 530?
House Bill 530 by Representative Burchett of the 176 to be entitled an act to amend Article 5 of Chapter 11 of Title 9 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to depositions and discovery so as to provide for protective orders for certain high-ranking officers. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
The gentleman from the 176th House District, Whip Burchett, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just got some good news. My son, he's a wrestler, and they just got new leotards, and he sent me a picture, so I was just checking that out. Thank you, colleagues. I know it's been a long day, and this is not too terribly contentious of a bill here. This is House Bill 530. I'm reading from LC 44-2300. What this bill is commonly referred to as the Apex Doctrine, and what we've got here is a very...
Gentlemen, will suspend. These issues are important to Georgians, important to us all. The gentleman will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we've got here is a very narrowly tailored compromise that is a reform for folks in civil litigation. And what this does is it defines what an officer is, and an officer of a high-ranking organization like a large corporation or a large department need not be called in for a deposition unless they have unique knowledge. The impetus for the bill is there's a court case out there that involved a large automaker, and that automaker, the CEO of that automaker was requested to be deposed. And naturally, the CEO of a large corporation here in the United States, or pretty much probably anywhere in the world, has significant scheduling, extensive scheduling demands and unique scheduling demands. And for that reason, unless they have unique knowledge, the argument was made, why do we got to bring the CEO in? Why do we have to bring the CEO in? The argument they made was that you're bringing this CEO in just to essentially badger the company. What this would do would say that a protective order would be issued in the event that there is no unique knowledge for an officer of a large corporation or a large department. And it codifies statutory legislation at the federal level. Our discovery rules in the state of Georgia are very broad. and this narrows it up a little bit, gives some protections to the business community. This is sought after by both the chamber, and many of your businesses will be happy about this, and also it's narrowly tailored enough that the litigants will also be in support of this, and that's pretty much the crux of the bill. And Mr. Speaker, I'll stand for questions if anybody has any questions.
Gentleman yields. Representative Jasmine Clark to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yields.
So on line 45, it says that this will be an officer of an organization that is large and complex.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the difference between large and complex and medium and maybe simple or small and simple? I guess I'm just trying to figure out who would this apply to and who would it not apply to?
Oh, that's very astute of you to find those words there. These words, so this is part of the compromise to assure that we don't cast too broad of a net here, that you can't bring in, that this applies to every company. So much like everything in the code, you would have to argue what large and complex is. I mean, I think I could come up with an example for you. I would say that GM, a Fortune 500 company with, I think, tens of thousands of employees, would be both large and it would be complex because it does business across the United States, across the world, and I would submit to you that is large and complex. And so to the other extreme, I would submit to you that the CEO of a hot dog stand that delivers hot dogs or serves hot dogs would neither be large nor complex. And this is going to be a discretionary decision by the judge that two lawyers are going to have to stand up and argue. Is it always going to be exactly the same? I don't expect it will be, but I think that we've got to use a little bit of common sense here and understand that there is a difference between, the hot dog stand and GM.
Thank you.
Gentleman yield for another question.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Bill Hitchens to your left has a question. Now you're ready.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
I about forgot what I was going to talk about now, but no, really.
Wait a minute. That might take a long time if you forgot what you're going to talk about.
Does this would this affect the public and the private sector?
Yes, sir. It would affect the public and private sector. So, for instance, I know the gentleman has a history of serving the great state of Georgia in many capacities, and in his former capacity, this would protect you if you did not have unique knowledge.
Would you further yield?
Of course.
And I just want to give an explanation of something that happened one time that it probably happened 15, 20 years ago. But I had to give a deposition. I gave many depositions over my career, but I had to give a deposition one time about something that occurred about 3 years before I went into that position. I wasn't even in the agency, and I always thought that was improper. Would this cover that?
If you didn't have unique knowledge and the court decided that you were a officer of a large organization, large and complex organization, then yes, it would apply to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Romine has a question right up the front aisle.
Hi, does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
Is it not true that this could prevent the deposition of bad actors in high positions, potentially eroding the concept of rule of law? Because the idea is that if this is meant to stop deposing people that might not have knowledge of something, people do have the concept of plausible deniability. So couldn't that potentially just serve as another tool in that toolbox?
Representative, I heard like nothing you said.
Oh.
I couldn't hear anything you said. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
I
Is this
can
better?
hear you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it not true that this could prevent the deposition of bad actors in high positions potentially eroding the concept of rule of law?
I don't know if I agree with your characterization. I think that under the current law, is justice always given? Is the right decision always made? I don't think that's no one here can say yes or no to that question. I get your point. This hinges on terms of art. If you have knowledge, if I can convince the judge that you have knowledge and you're an officer, you have specific knowledge that nobody else has, unique knowledge to you, then I should be able to get your deposition. Now, if you're being represented by an attorney and the attorney is astute enough to convince the court that the knowledge that you have is not unique to you and someone else could have it and you qualify as an officer, then the information could be sought after from someone else. But to your question, I don't think anybody can answer that question, honestly. Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman has a couple of questions that I'm interested in.
Okay.
And it comes from the two members that sit on both sides of you. So I'm wondering, I want to find out what y'all haven't spoken about. So I'm going to recognize the majority leader of this House, Leader F. Stration, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Whip, isn't it true that we often talk about Georgia's the best state in the country to do business, and through really countless hours you have put into this Apex legislation, this bill helps to further that cause and that message that we can send nationally and internationally for our state. Isn't that true?
Mr. Leader, I believe that to be wholeheartally true and appreciate the leader pointing it out to everybody in the chamber.
Thank you for your hard work.
We're the number one business to do, number one state to do business. Number one business.
That's not fair.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. We are the number one state to do business, and for those of my friends in this chamber that are seeking out a day to, have equal justice under the civil litigation system in the state of Georgia, this is your day. You should vote proudly with a green here, and I would encourage you to do so. Good.
You have a couple more if you want them.
Mr. Speaker, the hour is late, and I am ready, as many of my folks are here. I'm going to yield the well, if you don't.
The gentleman has yielded the well. If you had a question I didn't get to you, come see the whip right down front. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 156, the nays 8. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to House Bill 529.
House Bill 529 by Representative Williams, the 148th, to be entitled an act to amend Title 33 and Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to insurance in motor vehicles and traffic, so as to provide for minimum amounts of uninsured and underinsured motorist coverage to be maintained by transportation network companies and taxi service companies. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Insurance. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Noel Williams is recognized to present the bill 529.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that we worked on last year, and it's an in-coil model. We worked a lot across the aisle on this, and we worked with some of our lawyer friends, and so it's a tort reform type of bill. Basically, this bill aims to bring the state of Georgia Transportation Network Companies, or TNCs, Uber and Lyft, the code in line with the national TNC insurance model. Currently, Georgia's insurance code requires TNCs to provide $1 million in uninsured motorist and underinsured motorist coverage for TNC drivers engaged in this service. We represent this bill in the House last session with the National Council of Insurance Legislators, recommended a few changes. With the new language included in this legislation, TNCs are required to carry uninsured and underinsured coverage of $100,000 per person for bodily injury, $300,000 per accident for bodily injury, and $25,000 for property damage. Like I said, this was worked on both sides of the aisle. We had attorneys and insurance companies agreeing on something. They were all singing Kumbaya, so this is a great bill. We can get it passed and get it over across the hall. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions.
You have a question if you will yield.
Yes, sir.
Representative Jasmine Clark to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so in this process, who is the Uber and Lyft driver
If the lady will suspend just for a moment.
No, there's the back of the vibration of the vibration. Go ahead.
Now he can hear you.
Does the gentleman yield
Yes.
once more? Okay.
Yeah, yes, I do.
So in this situation, I just want to be clear on who's uninsured or underinsured. It's not
Right.
the Uber or Lyft driver, correct?
That is correct. It is the person in the car with them.
The person in the car is uninsured or underinsured?
If they're uninsured or underinsured, the motorist, because, no, you're right, I'm sorry, the Lyft driver, yes, because Lyft is required to carry that coverage on them, and this is making their rates seem to be higher, and we're hoping, once we get this bill implemented, this will help with our rates as well.
So Uber and Lyft can hire drivers without proving that they are insured?
Well, it's the underinsured and insured motorist, and this is just helping, and we're one of 42 states. Of the 42 states, we're one of the worst ones for this because we're covering at $1 million. And what we're saying is we're going to cover them down to $300,000 instead of $1 million if something were to happen in an accident like that. There's still $1 million for the regular, but for the uninsured or underinsured, it's $100,000, $300,000, or $25,000. This was fully vetted in the insurance committee and both subcommittees, and then we had testimonies, and everyone was in accordance and agreement, and we've worked on this for a couple of years. So it's a great bill.
Right.
I appreciate your support.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I know the hour's getting late.
Would you take one question from a gentleman that
Sure.
knows a lot about this issue? And that's
Sure.
Majority Leader F. Stration is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, isn't it true that these limits are for the purpose of ensuring that there is coverage for the passenger who may be injured, as well as other drivers, other motorists who may be on the road when these ride shares are operating, and that this is an issue that you've worked on for some time to ensure that those limits are proper and appropriate in consideration of the risks and also the expense to all involved. Is that fair, sir?
Yes, sir. That's a great summation.
All right, and you've worked on this issue for over a year, isn't that true?
Yes, we have, and I had a lot of help from another member that I won't call his name, but he was very instrumental with the National Council of Insurance Legislators, and it was some of his model legislation that we arrived at this.
Well, thank you very much for your explanation, Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
thank you for your question. Members, I appreciate your support on this bill. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 153, the nays 9. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 543? 543.
House Bill 543 by Representative Reeves, the 99th, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1512-122 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating the man to jury panels from which to select a jury in civil actions in the state courts and in the superior courts, so as to revise an exception to a 6-person jury trial in civil actions. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Reeves is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 543 raises the jurisdictional limit from $25,000 to $100,000 for jury trials for 6 people in state court. It is voluntary. The statute's been around since the 1800s. It hasn't been increased since 2002. The Judicial Council, the state bar, insurance companies, plaintiffs' lawyers, defense lawyers, and business have all reviewed it, as did the Judiciary Committee, which unanimously approved it. So I commend to you House Bill 543 and respectfully request your approval. I yield for questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you.
I
yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Go get us some of them. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 161, the nays were 2. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Members of the House, we've just completed the House Supplemental Rules calendar. You're not having another meeting, are you? Oh, thank you so much. Makes my day. We're going back to our original rules calendar. We're going to take up House Bill 375. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to House Bill 375.
House Bill 375 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 29.523 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to authority of conservator in cooperation with guardian or other interested parties so as to define the term gross settlement. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Leverett is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 375 simply clarifies a point of law with regard to conservatorships for adults who are not competent. The existing law already provides that the conservator can settle a claim of their ward, of the person that they're acting on behalf of, if it's $25,000 or less. And if it is over $25,000, they have to get court approval. This just clarifies that the $25,000, and it's the gross settlement has to be that number. And this bill simply defines the term gross settlement as it's used in that statute in a way that I think is customarily applied and it's been interpreted that way. This just clarifies the definition, nothing more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for questions.
Gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the will and ask your favorable consideration of House Bill 375.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, please unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 161, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. We're now going to take up House Bill 212. It was on the calendar Tuesday. House Bill 212. Are you ready, Mr. Clerk? Well, if you'll read. Clerk will read the caption to House Bill 212.
House Bill 212 by Representative Jenkins of the 136th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 and Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to barbers and cosmetologists so as to allow individuals and facilities to provide blow-dry styling, braiding, threading, and the application of cosmetics without being licensed by the State Board of Cosmetology and Barbers. This bill having referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Jenkins is recognized to present the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I rise to present House Bill 212. House Bill 212 amends Title 43 by repealing and replacing Chapter 10. This chapter relates to cosmetology and barbers. This bill was brought as an agency bill to reorganize, modernize, and clarify current regulation. Additional provisions were added, approximately line 237 to 264. These provisions allow certain niche beauty services to be performed without licensing if a health and safety course is completed. So the niche beauty services addressed are essentially what you do when you get up in the morning and get ready to go. So this is blow dry styling. This is the practice of washing, drying, and arranging hair. This isn't cutting. This isn't dyeing. This isn't using chemical processes to alter the structure of the hair. Threading is a traditional form of hair removal from South Asia and the Middle East. It is a practice of using only a piece of cotton thread to form loops around and remove unwanted facial hair. Makeup application. This is the practice of applying cosmetics to a person's face. So this bill actually corrects inconsistencies in the regulation about this. Currently, our cosmetology laws basically regulate makeup application based on what you do after the makeup's applied. So what as an example, for instance, if you're doing film, television, or entertainment, a license is not required. If you're doing cosmetic counter sales, a license is not required. It even makes exceptions for special events. So this law modifies that just to exclude that from licensure, since most practices are already excluded anyway. So these things we're talking about, this is not the first time we've addressed this. Back in 2006, this body exempted hair braiding in much the same manner we're doing here. So this is consistent with what we've done in the past, what we're doing with these certain safe practices. So in order to do this, we addressed health and safety concerns by requiring a 4-hour annual health and safety class. These classes are approved by the Georgia Board of Cosmetology. It's what licensed cosmetologists already take. So this is an entrepreneur's bill. This bill creates opportunity. The most likely people to benefit from this bill are women, single moms, those who do not have higher education, those that can't afford higher education, people of color, immigrant communities. Under Georgia's current cosmetology laws, to do these safe niche practices, you have to complete one of 3 licenses. These licenses take between 1,000 and 1,500 hours of training, cost about $17,500. So again, with low-income Georgians, it becomes not only a question of the cost of this training, but also often the larger question is being able to devote the time to it when you're trying to make ends meet. So these exceptions are common. 32 states exempt these practices in some form or another. There are examples that show deregulation of these practices create opportunity. In Mississippi, once they deregulated hair braiding, they have 1,200 registered braiders. Louisiana, you have to have a cosmetology license to do hair braiding. There's only 32 registered braiders in the state of Louisiana. So, and there is a larger African American population in the state of Louisiana. So that either says that, and what that most likely says to me, that these practices are occurring unlicensed and again without any health and safety training. So 5 states have had to change their laws as a result of lawsuits. And I just implore this body not to require the citizens of Georgia to seek relief from the judiciary in this matter. This is something we can take care of here and create opportunity by creating good public policy. So I was raised by I'm the youngest of 5 children. I was raised by a single mother, and I know all the sacrifices she had to make, and as well, all the juggling she had to do from day to day to make ends meet. Quite frequently the dinner we ate was the money she made to buy that for us may have been earned in the last 24 hours. So removing these barriers, they're liberating for our lower income Georgians. As a similar story I recently retired from the Army about 7 years ago. And I'm a helicopter pilot, but when I retired into a very bad job market. And what's common with military people transitioning to the civilian world is you have a skill mismatch. Ultimately, if there's an abundance of applicants, the applicants from the civilian community will always have the experience that more closely aligns with the job market. So it took me a while to transition. Like a lot of veterans, I was about a year before I was able to get back into my profession. So during this time, although I was retired, that's about a third of my salary. Disability came much later. I was in a period of having to make ends meet. I didn't need a new profession. I just needed to make some money for a while. And so I had a bulldozer. I did mechanic work. I built fences, whatever I could do. And thankfully, I had opportunity because I wasn't regulated out of the ability to earn a living. And that's what we need to think about. In closing, this bill creates opportunity. Birth, death, marriage, divorce, recessions, disability, life happens. These events particularly affect low-income Georgians. Where we can, we must reduce the burden of occupational licensing so people have the flexibility to support their families. And here we can pontificate how this license will help Georgians. And I'll tell you the answer to that question is about as infinite as the 11 million Georgians out there. In my military career, I've had the opportunity to live in country where bodies just like this make the financial decisions, and they decide where the restaurants and the hotels and everything goes. And that's not what we do here. Here, our job is to create opportunity, and I encourage you to do this. In this case, the liberty and the opportunity we create here today is not for the Georgians that have lobbyists out in the hallway. I know we do wonderful things for industry every day, but the people we help here, there's no lobbyists in the hallways for them. They're not as organized as perhaps some people opposing this. Their voices may not ring as loud in this chamber, but their voices are important, and I encourage you to listen. And let's create opportunity here. And I encourage you to pass House Bill 212.
Gentlemen, yield for questions?
I do yield for questions.
Just for informational purposes, we have about 10 people signed up to speak to the bill.
Oh, my.
And we have about, I can't count that high with my shoes on, to have questions on the bill. We'll recognize Representative Moore for the first question. To your left.
Good evening. Isn't it true that you know absolutely nothing about a woman of color's hair? And is it also not true that I am highly offended that you would want to take away a license that potentially would give me a disease or pull the rest of my hair out? Why would I not want someone licensed?
Okay, so I'm not proposing taking a license away. What was the other thing that you mentioned?
Well, that's what this bill is all about.
It's actually not. This
So
bill.
We'll have
that
a
the state of Georgia
question
can
and
make
answer.
more money.
If the lady will yield, we'll have a question, and the gentleman in the well needs to answer that question.
True that this bill would require women who spit on thread, women who know nothing about taking care of edges and chemical reactions to threading and braiding to take away a license just so that the state of Georgia can make money?
So Georgia currently doesn't license braiders, so this bill has nothing to do with that. So it won't take away a license for braiding.
You're not requiring a license for it.
There's not a license required for braiding hair in Georgia today prior to the passage of this bill.
From reading this,
The lady has a question. State a question.
Isn't it true that you're requiring no license for this, or for braiders, or for stringers and the threaders who do your eyebrows, and they thread hair, they thread your eyebrows, they thread your mouth, your chin?
So this bill does exempt threaders from licensing. Braiders are currently exempt from licensing in Georgia currently. And so this bill doesn't change that.
You're not trying to ask for a license for this?
No, I'm not changing to ask for a license for braiders.
And isn't it also true that you're asking for this bill to pass so that the state of Georgia can make more money off of doing something that's a little illegal? And I yield.
I'm not, I don't understand how the state of Georgia would make more money, but I do hope it creates opportunity for Georgians to support their families and make more money.
Gentleman, yield for a question. Gentleman yield.
I yield.
Representative Barnes has a question. To your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Is it not true that if an unlicensed person washes my hair and it falls out, that I cannot file any legal ramifications for them making my hair fall out?
So if someone could wash your hair and make it fall out, your legal recourse would be no different than with a licensed or unlicensed person, if that was possible.
Does the gentleman yield? Again?
I yield.
Thank you. Is it not true that I take pride in my hair and I take really good care of my hair, and if an unlicensed person does not take courses or classes to take care of my hair and my hair falls out, that I can take legal actions?
Well, again, I'm sure you do take good care of your hair, and if having a licensed person wash your hair would make you feel comfortable, that's still going to be a choice that you can make. So we're not removing licensure from washing hair. You can still choose a licensed person to wash your hair, and if you choose to have someone without a license wash it, it really doesn't change your legal recourse if that
Not funny.
something happens.
Does the gentleman yield for one more question?
I do.
Thank you.
Lady will suspend. The member asking and the member answering the question can't hear each other. So
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
we hope you members will certainly respect this process. Lady will continue.
Thank you. Is it not true that if this bill passes, it not only helps low-income, single families, minorities, but it helps everyone who wants to move into this business unlicensed?
So the things that we are exempting from license would allow them, yes, to do that without a license. Yes, I don't know quite what you're asking there.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
I'll yield for one more.
Representative Maynard, to your right, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Is it not true that this is definitely a complicated bill? It has some good points and some bad points. Do you further yield?
I would say I disagree that it has bad points, but go ahead.
So the bill does not have a minimum age, and so my daughter Alexis, who's 10, she thinks it would be really cute to open up a parlor and wash girls' hair because now she can. But isn't it also true that that requires a lot of liability insurance? So whether it were my 10-year-old daughter or a 40-year-old person, if you're going to wash hair and it falls out, as someone said, and hopefully it won, isn't it further true that liability insurance is important for those things?
Liability insurance is important.
And is it further true that this is a business opportunity? Because one of the things that you mentioned earlier, braiders are not licensed, and they're also not required to take that 4-hour course that is now required.
That is a current part of Georgia law that this bill did not address. So this bill doesn't address braiders. It's already legal for braiders to be exempt from licensing. So this bill does not change that.
Is it further true that if they wash the hair, though, they have to take the 4-hour course?
This bill requires a health and safety training in order to practice these services.
Thank you.
So with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Now we have some speakers lined up here to speak to bring some clarity to this issue. We're first going to recognize Chairman Parsons to speak to the bill. I'm sure he can offer some insight here. Chairman Parsons.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to come up here.
Gentlemen, yield. That ante room's empty. I can't see any, if the gentleman will recede from the well. Gentleman will step down from the well. Mr. Chairman, if you'll step down for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Y'all know I want to go home. Y'all want to go home. So let's be respectful. And we've had a good day. So let's be respectful and hear the member in the well and hear the questions from everyone present here so we can move on with this important issue. I would certainly appreciate it, and we're going to do just that. Back door is open, that door is open, and that one's open. My mama told me not to point, so I'm sorry. But that's what we're going to do. Let's move on. Mr. Chairman, you're recognized to go back to the well.
All right, thank you, Speaker Burns. I signed up to speak on this bill. I'll be very brief. When you sign up, you have to sign up to, I guess, they always ask you speaking in favor of the bill or opposed to it. And I can tell you, I'm going to vote against it. I'm not going to try to influence anybody one way or the other, the way that they vote. But I would just say that, I hadn't looked at this bill. I heard about it the last couple of days, and I pulled it out of the book a while ago. And I know it went through committee. I greatly respect the committee process, so I know that it's been vetted in a committee process. So I'm not going to try at all to pick things apart there in the bill because I know it's already been vetted. But I would point out that it does actually repeal a whole chapter of Title 43. It repeals it entirely. So if you look at the bill, all you see is new language. Now, I don't know what the old language was. If I had time and if I really wanted to come up here and talk specifically about points of this bill, I would have to go pull the code up and see what that current chapter says, but it's not in here. I noticed that they're writing more bills like this, I believe, but the whole bill, if you look at this, it's like 19 pages, 18 or 19 pages of new code. That's what it shows, all underlined, new code. So I would just say I'm going to vote against it. I would just caution anyone before you cast a vote to really consider this. It had been mentioned about the lobbyist out in the hall. I've never talked to any lobbyist about this, and I've carried some cosmetology bills years ago. Never have talked to a lobbyist about it, but who I do talk to about these a lot of times are the ladies who have cut my hair and the gentlemen who have cut my hair over the years, and they have opinions on this kind of thing, and they've gone through the training to either cut hair or to style hair or whatever, and they've gone through either gone through school or they've gone through a training program there at one of the styling or barbershops themselves. They're going through the proper training to do those things. And I think that it's very important to them. They're professionals. The people that cut your hair, style your hair, whatever it is, they are professionals and they work very, very hard. At some point, and they didn't all come from some kind of a privileged background, I can tell you that. And they've gone into it and put in the time, put in the training, put in the study, the experience to get their licenses. And I think we need to take into consideration that. But I guess the main thing I would say, if you vote yes on it, you might have some questions about it, this weekend or next week when you get your hair cut, go get it styled or whatever, because they don't have lobbyists out here. These are the young ladies and the men who cut hair and style it. They don't have lobbyists out here. Those are the people who are going to talk to you about it if we do something that they find that we've done some irrational action down here that they didn't ask us to do. I don't even know who did ask for this to be done. But I would just ask that you think about that, and you might look up the current language. You're replacing a whole paragraph, like 18 pages. So before you vote, you might want to think about what is it that you're replacing. And that's all I've got to say about it. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded well. Thank you, Chairman. Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to ask you to vote no on this bill. And while I do not necessarily think that the entire bill is bad, I do have several concerns. So there are a lot of new faces in here. So I will, I'm only saying this part for those who don't know already. I have a PhD in microbiology, and so I know a little bit about bacteria, fungus, and things like that you could possibly come in contact with at a hair salon or a nail salon or getting your makeup done and things like that. And so one of my major concerns with this bill is the fact that we say certain people don't have to be licensed, and one can argue, okay, they're not dealing with chemicals, they're doing things that someone could do at home. So yes, they shouldn't need a license to do these things. However, in the provision that asks for them to take a health and safety course, they're only required to take up to 4 hours of health and safety ever. Everyone else in this profession has to get continuing education credits. And the reason why is because things change. As the industry change, as we learn new things, as different things, 20 years ago, MRSA might not have been as big of a deal as it is now when it comes to antibiotic resistant bacteria. And so we want to make sure that individuals are getting up-to-date information. And so I think that something that is critically missing from this bill is a requirement that those health and safety courses be renewed ever so often. I don't think that's too much to ask for, and I think we're dealing with people's faces. We're dealing with people's hair. We don't want people being subjected to fungal or bacterial infections on their faces that can't be treated with certain types of antibiotics. We don't want people's hair falling out. And these are things that could be, these are things that we need to consider when we're having people so intimately in contact with our bodies. And so that's one thing that I would say we need to have renewal requirements for the health and safety course if, in fact, they're going to have to take one. And another thing, the gentleman in the well, the sponsor of the bill, made an attempt to describe threading, and he did kind of a good job. So I'm not going to take that away from him. However, I have been to a threading salon, and I'm not sure how many people in here have been to a threading salon. But one of the things that happens when they thread, they take the thread and they basically roll it up against the hairs on your, I'll just say your eyebrows, and then they rip that from your skin. And so they're ripping it from the follicle. A lot of times when they do that, as they're doing it, they hold the thread right here in their mouth as they're holding it. That introduces the potential for some type of bacterial or fungal infection. I think it's important that individuals that are doing that practice actually have shown that they understand the ramifications of doing this. And so I believe that while a lot of the braiders and shampoo girls, I've been to plenty of salons that had them, that makes sense that they may not need a license, although I do think the health and safety course is good. I do think that threaders should require a license because that's a little bit more intimate. Most people I know are not threading themselves at home. That is something that someone else really has to do to you. And so this bill is not where it needs to be for the health and safety of Georgians. And if we're going to completely repeal a section of the code and replace it with something else, let's replace it with something good. And so I'm asking you to vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the ball.
There are no further speakers. For what purpose does Chairman Powell rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to be recognized for a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I would request that HB 212 be laid on the table.
Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 212 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to barbers and cosmetologists.
On the gentleman's motion that HB 212 be tabled, is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. HB 212 is on the table. For what purpose does Representative Leverett rise?
Make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that House Bill 187 be recommitted to the Rules Committee. Yeah, let's go back to Ag. Pardon me, Speaker, I misspoke.
I didn't hear you, so go ahead and speak to it.
I move that House Bill 187 be recommitted to the Agriculture and Consumer Affairs Committee.
Clerk will read the caption to HB 187.
House Bill 187 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd to be entitled an act to amend Article 4, Chapter 9 and Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to fraud and related practices so as to authorize for-profit credit repair services.
On the gentleman's motion that House Bill 187 be withdrawn and moved back to the Agriculture and Consumer Affairs Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. House Bill 128 will be postponed to the next legislative day. We're on to afternoon orders. We have a couple. Chairman Saines is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On your desk is the annual report from Jekyll Island. Jekyll Island is a treasure of our state, and it features many of the great attractions that families love and enjoy, from the golf courses to the Turtle Center to the water park. Hope you enjoy the read. Thank you.
Representative Hutchinson is recognized. If the lady will suspend just for a moment. You need to give your attention to the lady in the well. Representative Hutchinson is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I have to come up and remember a 16-year-old boy who was shot and killed yesterday in Gwinnett County. His name is Jose Daniel Martinez, and I would appreciate it if you can give us a few moments of silence for him. Thank you. And I would like to say that this is the 4th child in Gwinnett County that's been shot and killed in less than a month. So I don't beg in general, but personally, I would like to beg this body to look at anything that can address 4 children gunned down in my county in less than a month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
That completes our afternoon orders. The clerk will read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions.
Honoring the life and memory of Celie Cruz. Recognizing and commending Johnny Floyd on his outstanding public service recognizing and commending Mike Gravely on his outstanding public service, recognizing and commending Bobby Wilson, recognizing April 30th, 2023 as National Therapy Animal Day, recognizing October 15, 2023 as White Cane Awareness Day, recognizing and commending Crystal Moon on her outstanding public service, commending Kathleen Francis Harris for her service in the Armed Forces, commending Melissa Joe Dean and recognizing March 7th, 2023 as Female Veterans Day at the State Capitol, recognizing April 30th, 2023 as Vietnam Remembrance Day, commending Kathleen Francis Harris for her service in the Armed Forces and recognizing March 7th, 2023 as Female Veterans Day at the State Capitol, and for other purposes. That completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? The chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. We'll hear our announcements this time. Let's see. Chairman Hatchett. Y'all may want to pay attention to this one, Chairman Hatchett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet upon adjournment in 341.
That won't be long. Chairman Jaspers, recognized for an announcement.
The Transportation Committee will meet, those of you who are not on appropriations, in 606. We have three measures, the road naming bill especially, and then Chairman Meeks' truck weights and another resolution to take up. Thank you.
Chairman Chokus, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Small Business Development Committee, please hold your applause and hold your cheers. But we will be meeting Monday morning, 8 a.m., 506. Monday morning, 8 a.m., Small Business Development Committee. Thank you.
Chairman Gunther is recognized for an announcement.
House Judiciary Civil will meet tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. in 132. 9 a.m. in 132, Judiciary Civil.
Representative Pennant is recognized for an announcement.
The Fulton and Atlanta delegations will be meeting upon adjournment today, CLOB 605. Thank you.
Chairman Dickey, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monday morning, the Georgia Cattlemen Association will be bringing steak biscuits for y'all on crossover day. They will be in the street between the Capitol and CLOB. And the Georgia milk producers will be bringing chocolate and plain milk and the mobile classroom for y'all that do not know how that process works. So steak biscuits Monday morning. Thank you.
Chair Lady Cooper is recognized for an announcement.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the House, please listen up about health care. The public and community health committees will be meeting immediately upon adjournment in 403. If you will get me a quorum, we will be there less than 10 minutes on your way out. 403 upstairs, public and community health, and 10 minutes is all I need if you give me 10 people for a quorum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Y'all do that. Get her a quorum because I want to see if she can do that. Chairman Stevens, recognized for an announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Ways and Means Public Finance and Policy Committee today only is canceled.
Chairman LaHood, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, members. The Governmental Affairs Committee will meet starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow in room 506, CLOB. Governmental Affairs, 506 at 9 a.m. Thank you.
That means we're working tomorrow, doesn't it? I think it's a committee day. So committees can meet on Friday. Chairman Collins is recognized for an announcement.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The House Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee will meet briefly tomorrow at 12 o'clock. A very important piece of legislation. We've been waiting on a fiscal note. Want to vote that out, so please, if you can come, 12 o'clock tomorrow, CLOB, I believe it's 506, 12 o'clock. Thank you.
Chairman Irwin is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Education will meet upon adjournment in room 515 CLOB. 515 CLOB. Thank you.
That concludes our announcements. Listen up, members. We have some folks that are going to be a year older over the weekend. Everybody raise your hands. It's going to be a year older. Let's see. Representative Terry Cummins, Representative Debbie Buckner are going to be a year older. Their birthday is Saturday, March the 4th. Happy birthday. The majority leader of this House is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Monday, March 6, 2023.
I want to thank all the members of this House for your attention today. We did a lot of work, and you don't go unappreciated. I can let you know that. On the motion of the majority leader that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday, March the 6th, crossover day 2023. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed say no. I got